They try to silence the truth we shout, but we're still here, we're still calling out. Corruption hides behind a badge of name. We light the fire, expose the shame. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight for every voice lost in the night. My life mattered is the cry we sing for the ones they tried to bury within. It's just us, we're a movement wide. Together we rise, won't run nor hide. The stories echo, the pain runs deep. For stolen lives we can't just weep. Elected power, but their hearts are cold. We'll bring the truth, let it be told. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight for every voice lost in the night. My life mattered is the cry we sing for the ones they tried to bury within. It's just us, we're a movement wide. Together we rise, won't run nor hide. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight. The heroes undo the harm. Calling out corruption, we'll stand tall. For justice and truth, we'll risk it all. My life mattered is the cry we sing. Together we rise, let freedom ring.
Hello, good evening, social change warriors, justice seekers, and welcome to our guest tonight, the Justice Towels out of Massachusetts and many other states that have joined in with our amazing guest tonight, Grant Smith Ellis. I'll be introducing him here real briefly. Welcome back to another episode of Friday Night Lies. This has been our attempt to cover and advocate for justice for John O'Keefe, a police officer who was killed not in the line of duty, but after a bar party at a friend's house. And we have been speaking about his death and advocating for justice for him now for over a year, live streaming much longer in the social medias. We've also advocated for Karen Reed, who we believe was wrongfully accused of his death, which has led to this amazing movement on both sides of the aisle of whether she did hit him with her car or she didn't hit him with her car. And there's been a movement protesting peacefully and a lot of social media content with many, many live streamers who have built huge platforms based on this one case, which for me as a former police officer and social worker has been beyond fascinating. So welcome everybody. Thank you so much for being with us tonight. I appreciate you always. I appreciate that you follow Social Change Warriors, that you help me to advocate for victims of homicide. That is what we do off screen. We work with families. We help them to process what's gone on in their life with the homicide of a loved one and it unsolved. Most of our cases we are working with are either unsolved. Haven't done a lot of cold cases, but I'm not opposed to it. But most of them are relatively new within the last 1 to 5 years, and they're considered still open, but not solved. And the families are in a very bad place. You can just imagine what it would be like to be in a situation where your loved one has been unalived by the hands of someone else, but no one can figure out what happened to them. In most cases, you don't even know why they were unalived, and who did it, you don't know for sure, because there's not enough evidence for the police to make an arrest. These families live in limbo for many years, some for the rest of their lives. Some parents pass away, never knowing what happened to their children or their child or who was ever involved in this homicide. So that's what we're about. We are an advocacy channel. We are a justice seeking channel. We are not for your entertainment, but we try, because I understand that live streaming, there is a component to needing to have some form of entertainment for you, and especially on a Friday night. But for the most part, we are here to help family members get answers to questions they may not have already gotten. And we do a lot of that on Wednesdays. We interview the families, we bring them on live with us. We do a lot off scene. And then Fridays has been our night dedicated to John O'Keefe and Karen Reed. And I have gotten to meet some of you via other live streams, chat boxes. I call ours the friend zone. Everyone here is welcome. We can all be friendly. We can appreciate each other's differences, agree to disagree to the best of our ability, and discuss and debate. So tonight, I'm really happy to bring on our channel on Social Change Warriors to introduce you to another journalist. I was once a journalist in my 20s, and I feel I always sort of have been. I was a police officer once, and I still am in my heart of hearts, and I'm a social worker. And Grant has many talents. He's also held many careers and has worn many hats. So welcome to Social Change Warriors, Grant.
Oh, thank you for having me. I really appreciate your intro, and you've popped up in the comments of my channel before, and I think your approach to discourse embodies not only the ethos of educate, inform, and entertain, like public information services should, but also the ability to disagree without being disagreeable, and we need more of that in this world.
Oh, absolutely. And I appreciated how kind, when I was coming into your live streams during both trials, and especially many people at first in your chats were kind of like, I'm honest, so I'm always going to be transparent. I wasn't going to come in there and be a troll or pretend to be someone I'm not. So I just brought in my opinion to try not to argue, but to get people to critically think. And some of your people were fantastic. Some didn't like me too much, and that's only to be expected, because that's just part of life, right? We see that in all of the live streams. I personally like to go in the live streams and try to be as frank as possible, tell my truth. And sometimes I like to play the devil's advocate, and that sometimes pisses people off, which I had to learn a tough lesson a month ago. I lost a good friend because I was really just trying to be the devil's advocate, but I didn't explain that in advance. And that upsets people as well. And I truly have apologized for that. It's very difficult, as you know, live streaming. There is no script. I mean, I prep for these by doing my research, by watching all of the media, by watching the trials, by watching your, other live streamers, and coming up with what I want to talk about, what I want to say about it, what my opinion is. But it's live, and I have no script. I'm not reading a teleprompter, neither are you. Media has that advantageous, goal of always having their teleprompters there for them, and politicians have their teleprompters. They memorize speeches. We don't do that when we live stream. It's all just very organic. What happens, right? As I showed you, I do have an outline. I like to follow it when I can, but that's just for my 62-year-old brain fog to keep me on track, Grant. So I'm always happy to go rogue and have conversations that need to be had. And I'm so glad you're here tonight. And I welcome you. I welcome all of the Justice Towels from your channel. I would love for you to give to my social change warriors and justice seekers, my subscribers, a little bit of background about you. Where are you? We know you're from Massachusetts, but where, how'd you grow up? How'd you get into this I don't call this true crime, by the way. What we do is advocating, and we're going to talk about that because I want to hear what your chat and my chat have to say. There is a huge difference between advocacy, justice channels, and true crime channels. And I think some of the problem of what's happened in the last 2 years with this case in particular is the melding of those have not gone very smoothly at times. So please, Grant, give us an introduction. Tell us a little bit more about yourself.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. So first, I call a lot of people in my channel have wrenches, so we call ourselves the Blue Wall of Justice. So justice towels, I'm all about it. And hello to your community as well. I am a little towel. Um, as for me, let's see. I'm in my 30s, and back long ago, I was a very big 310-pound high school football player
Oh,
who definitely embodied the adage that it's not worth it to go through life fat, drunk, and stupid. And I am not too proud to admit that that was between the ages of 16 what my life was like. Did I enjoy socialization? Sure. Did I absolutely overdo it? Yes. Am I glad I don't do that anymore? Yes. But anyway, about 18 or so, I went to Boston College, and I don't know, I was a rebellious youth, although I did my high school dissertation or thesis on Kurt Vonnegut and George Orwell and the sort of interdisciplinary theory of their works. Handed it in on the day Vonnegut died, may God rest his soul, interestingly enough. But in any event, so I'm in college, and I didn't really know what I wanted to do with my life, or what I was very just sort of aimless. And I think BC really made me who I am. It helped me find political philosophy. It helped me find sort of value and service to others. Spent a
Boston
lot of
College,
time.
right?
Yeah, Boston College up in Chestnut Hill. Spent a lot of
Got it.
time volunteering. I did a lot of work sort of tutoring inmates in jail. And I just really came to love the church. And I went to graduate school immediately after undergrad for political philosophy. And I was
Nice.
praying one day. I was praying one day in 2013 outside BAPS Library to the Virgin Mother, who I wear proudly on my shirt to this day. And I heard the call to be a priest. It was very specific. The world is yours to behold if you can abscond from your temporal inclinations. Okay, well, I know what that means. So I started down that path of where you go at BC for that is Manresa House. You might say, why is it Manresa? That was the first town in Spain that St. Ignatius stopped in on his pilgrimage to found the Jesuit order in the 1500s. So your first stop on dissertation at BC is Manresa House. I love that kind
Grant,
of
what year were
esoteric.
you at BC? What year was this?
2007 is when I started, and then I was there all the way through grad school in 2014, and I fell disabled right before I did the end of my master's work.
Hmm. I'm sorry, but I'm also proud of you that you have forged through the disability and are continuing to live your life and do what you love, what your passions are.
Oh, thank you. And yep, that I definitely had a reset. I think when I fell disabled in 2014, I was just laying in my bed one Wednesday night. I think it was May 6, 2014. And laid down, felt this sharp pain down like the right side of my body. And my airway and esophagus started penetrating into each other, developed facial neuralgia, optic
Ooh.
nerve issues, and
Oh,
compound that with colitis, of a family history of ulcerative colitis. Two of my siblings don't have colons. Got a
that's rough.
colonoscopy.
That's rough stuff.
Yeah. Oh, it's tough. And that all hit in 2014. I'll never forget like getting that like serious illness, having to leave my vocation. I couldn't work at the BC library anymore. I had to just go back to like barely being able to get out of bed. And at the same time to be hit with a condition that like is very bad on top of that. Oh, it was terrible. I had to rebuild my whole life. And I became a disability advocate in 2017. Met a guy named Mike Crawford of the Young Jerks. He was
Hey, Mike.
podcast. Yes, he was a podcaster at the time. And, Mike was covering the regulatory agency in Massachusetts for adult and medical use. And I says, to myself, one day I was an early medical patient in the state. I had a caregiver and he just went away. And I read in the Boston Globe, the caregiver got arrested for trying to help medical patients. Well, Mike was on to this group that was like a front group for dispensaries pretending to be patient advocates. And they got the guy arrested by naming and shaming the guy in the Globe. So I went into like that, and I ended up covering the Cannabis Control Commission in Massachusetts for years. As a result of that, I found I was able to do it from my home because I could do it remotely. I would cover
Right.
their hearings. I think I've covered over 80 of the CCC hearings, gavel to gavel, over 7 years.
Wow.
My reporting culminated in 2023 when there was a scandal, multiple scandals inside the agency. And because of my reporting, I single-handedly prevented the chair from being unjustly fired, got mentioned in a court decision by Judge Gordon in Suffolk Superior Court, and then got the legislature on Beacon Hill to pass 2 reform bills, which are now in compromise committee, to completely overhaul the agency because women were being abused within the CCC and powerful men were covering it up. And
Wow.
so that's what, like, my whole career crescendoed to that in 2023. I was also covering some very deep ties between Cypriotic shell companies tied to Putin and the domestic cannabis industry, because I don't like the damn communists and they're not taking over my country. But anyway, then I started covering the Karen Reed trial because, as a conventional journalist, I was looking on Twitter, and this guy named Brian Riccio, God rest his soul, whatever you think of him, he's dead. No need. I'm not talking about you, but the people who know the name. I saw him posting about Turtle Boy. Now, I had known of Turtle Boy, and in fact, and I can prove this from the historical record, Turtle Boy had cited
in Massachusetts, right? In Massachusetts, most of you did sort of know who he was because he's been online, since 2012?
Yeah, and I have the distinct privilege of saying he knew who I was, because he had cited, he didn't really cover me, he cited to my journalistic work, because in the context of the cannabis industry, there were these 2 wild guys, one in Maine, one in Western Mass, who did crazy stuff. I covered it. Turtle Boy cited to my reporting. So
Nice.
I had thought of him as like this guy. I knew about the book. I knew about him getting exposed. And I thought about him as like this guy who did FOIAs for local city councils. So I was like, okay, but then Brian Riccio posted about him with a bullhorn yelling at people outside the court. So I was like, all right, I don't know what's going on. I got to figure it out. And that's where that started. A few months later, a friend was trying to tell me about Karen's movements on the night of 1/28/2022 into the next morning. And I couldn't believe this guy on his words alone. So I said, screw it. I'm going to find out the facts to spite this guy. And God help me, that sent me on this 3-year journey where all my skills from the CCC reporting got applied to this. And then I made a chart, and I'm excited to talk about it.
I am too. I love the chart. I love the chart. Well, thank you. And I appreciate that. Now, are you back in school right now, Grant? I've heard you are.
Oh, yeah. I forgot a little part of that story. And about, I don't know, 2021 or so, I decided to try to pursue law school despite my physical limitations. And I really have a passion for that. And so I'm in my last year of law school, and I'll be done very soon. And I really like that field, but I'm not a lawyer.
Right. You can go to law school to learn about the law, and you do not have to become a lawyer per se. You can use that training and that education in other ways. Absolutely.
Oh, 100%. And we can talk about it later, but like, I've proposed a reform to the special prosecutor statute. I have helped to craft statutes in Massachusetts to create low interest financing for local mom and pop companies, especially owned by women. Like, I write statutes. I can interpret them. I have to know how lawyers are going to interpret them so they can't constitutionally undermine my damn statute. But I know I want to write statutes. I am not as happy interpreting them.
It's tough. It's very difficult. So thank you. Thank you for sharing that with us. Thanks for telling us about yourself. I'll just let your towels know a little bit about me. My social change warriors do, so I won't get too deep. But I was born and raised in Madison, Wisconsin, and lived in Milwaukee for 7 years as a child. So I got to kind of live in the big city, which was pretty cool. And then we moved back to Madison for high school, and then I went to college at UW-Madison. I was very involved in college. I was a college cheerleader, vice president of my dorm floor, on and on and on. I did a lot like what you did. I got super involved in school, and I'm not a drinker because my body can't hack it, but I love to be social. I'm a socialite. I'm a little social girl. So I was doing a lot of socializing, a lot of cheerleading, a lot of vice presidency, and not a lot of studying. And so I really got a big rude awakening there those first 2 years of college, which, yeah, you know what? You can't just come to college, Kathy, and have fun. You have to study. So that I had to just buckle down, and I stopped cheerleading my junior year. I stopped the vice presidency stuff. I just studied. And fortunately, my father passed away. So it really, really affected my life. It affected the trajectory of my life. Everything changed for me. I stopped college. I got into a travel agency, moved to LA for a while, kind of just went out on my own and was by myself, kind of like a little bit of a wounded warrior for a while, missing my father. And then came back to Madison and got into the property management world and learned a lot about property management, did that for a while, and then got married. I had two amazing children, two boys. I'm such a lucky mother. And then I got divorced, sadly. It did not work out. We were not destined. And I thought, what do I do now? I'm a single mom. I didn't finish college. I have to finish college because I need to get a job that allows me to support my children. They deserve that. I deserve that. So at the age of 30 some years old, I went back to school to get my degree in journalism. I wanted to do like you. I wanted to be a journalist. I wanted to be an investigative reporter and or a sports reporter, whatever I could get, whatever niche kind of called me. I'm always open to things, so I never try to box myself in too much. I wanted that degree. I was going to see what I could do with it. So I went into journalism after graduating. My children were 5 and 6 at the time, and I was recruited to work at the UW athletic department. So I got to be a UW athletic department employee for 3.5 years. My whole background is in sports. My father was into sports. My mother was into sports. My sister, now my kids were as well. So it was a perfect landing spot for me, but there was money there. The money wasn't there. So I was going to leave and go out into the journalism field when I was approached by the chief of police at the UW Police Department and asked if I would apply. So I did. And I had wanted to be a police officer as a child, even in high school, but I got away from it for a while for a lot of reasons. And I thought, you know what, why not? It's my life. I'm 30 some years old. Let's do it. So I was a police officer for the University Police Department and ended up working for the University of Wisconsin a totality of approximately 15 years. Then I went to master's, got the master's degree in social work, and started helping domestic violence victims. That's what I've been up to now for quite a long time. And interestingly enough, when you were talking about when you went through your health issues, that is when I got accepted to grad school at age 51. And it really stirred up a lot of my neck issues trying to go to grad school. Even though it was online, I did not do myself any favors. So I was having a lot of flare-ups with chronic fatigue and with my neck. And it was rough. It was hard. There were times when I didn't think I could finish. And I'm sure having put yourself back through law school with your disability, you know what I'm talking about. It was a lonely time at times because when you have an invisible injury, an invisible disability, no one knows. Most of us just continue to plow through. We show our sunny side. We try to stay always positive for those that don't really know us, and even for our friends and family at times. I kept most of my darkness to myself. I'm just that kind of person, but that doesn't mean I didn't have it. And I was having that right at the same time. This is such a serendipitous realization that I'm meeting you now this way, because I went through a really rough time from 14 through 17, trying to go to grad school, trying to live in LA again as an adult, by myself, didn't know a single soul, chronic pain every day, trying to reach this goal that I had, that I decided I had to make, right? And it's what you're doing now. So I completely understand that. So that's a little bit about me. I'm a huge sports fan. I love animals. I love my children. And I mostly refuse most of the time to pick a side. I'm not Switzerland. There's a difference. But I have the train track behind us because for the last 2 months, I have felt incredibly pressured that if I don't pick a side in this Karen Reed, John O'Keefe situation, that I am going to lose my channel, that people are going to quit following me, that I'm not going to have an audience anymore for my advocacy role that I really love, that most of you that joined me because of Karen Reed and John O'Keefe are also now joining me on Wednesdays, and you're helping me advocate for victims of domestic violence. So I felt so pressured the last 2 months, and I just haven't really felt like myself. And so I put this train track up, Grant, because there was a time, and in true transparency, I was coming to your shows, and Julie, craziest person on earth, amazing lady out there in Boston, she was live streaming with me for quite a long time. And she was encouraging me to come to your shows. And I'd say, Julie, when I go there and I try to be me and tell my truth, his towels hate me. They don't want me there because I don't agree with them. And I don't have to always agree with you to respect you. I respect all of you because I understand that when it comes to a homicide, there are going to be people that are going to feel one way or the other about it, unless it's just so completely clear cut that there's just no way in hell anybody, but you're still going to get some people that are going to go on that other side, because that's just human nature. That's person and environment. And so this Karen Reed trial, Grant, has really brought on a lot of sociological and philosophical, psychological. I mean, people have had friends, lost friends, made friends on this internet space, lost friends because they couldn't or wouldn't choose a side. It's been something I've never really seen before. And I was a follower of, I'll say, true crime when I was younger, because I was very interested in court cases because of my mother's work with the Department of Justice in Wisconsin. So, but there is a difference between advocacy and true crime. Most of the true crime nation, as you all know, they follow the cases once they get to court with lawyers. Now we have law tubers, which is amazing to me. But there was the old days, there was just court TV. And before that, what was there, Grant? What was before court TV?
Oh, nightly news reports where very brave New York reporters would film mobsters walking out of the courthouse.
Oh, gosh. That's right. That's right. And newspapers. I would read newspaper article after newspaper about these trials and different trials around the country, because that's the only way you knew about them. But I didn't know a lot about advocacy back then and what that meant to find a cause and advocate for it. And when I first got involved in advocacy, Grant, it was mostly for policy and for protection of people's rights in what I felt. And that's why I named my channel Social Change Warriors, because we all have to be warriors in our community for good social change, for laws that don't need to be here anymore. We have so many laws on the books, and we could do live stream after live stream about how many bad laws there are in the books that are still being enforced, and people are up against at times that make no sense, that need to be changed. And there's so many programs out there that need to be changed and need to be looked at and have their budgets revised so that they can pass through the Senate and the Assembly. So I got into that with a group of other social workers, and that's how we formed Social Change Warriors. And then I decided to take it live stream a year and a half ago because I wanted to help victims of domestic violence. And I was so involved in this Karen Reed, John O'Keefe case, I wanted to talk about it. And I knew no one was going to bring me up on their shows. I'm a nobody to these people, and I don't even live in Massachusetts, right? So let me have my own channel, and let's talk about John O'Keefe and Karen Reed. Probably one of the most fascinating cases for law school students, psychologists, sociologists that there really has ever been, I believe. What are your thoughts on that, Grant?
Yeah, absolutely. So I want to read comments from my channel in reverse order. Catherine Page. Oh, you'll love this. Catherine Page says, it's me, Bunny B, who Bunny is a great towel. Thank you for helping those who endure DV. Respect. And then a transition to your question. 3 Clerk Monty says, those who want to split people opposing corruption are probably distractors. And that's what I think a lot about. You touched on a lot of things there that had my mind spinning, right? The transition from old school journalism to the digital age, the impact of hyper real-time discourse on the justice system, the way we write laws to make more efficient government. What is the purpose of government? So let me take those big questions and answer them all simultaneously.
Perfect. Love it.
Okay. So I don't want to go too technical, but I think we really have to understand there's 2 competing versions of why we should have civil society. You're either a Hobbesian, so you either follow the Thomas Hobbes view, which is that life in the state of nature is poor, nasty, brutish, and short, embodied in the phrase omnis contra omnem, the war of all against all. If you believe that, then you believe civil society is a way to check and balance that state of nature and make life better, and you go from there. If you are a Rousseauian, so if you believe in the Jean-Jacques Rousseau form of the state of nature, you believe that we're free in there. And then if you read the second discourse on progress in the arts and sciences and whether it tends to corrupt or purify morals, you will see that Rousseau says that garlands, progress in the arts and sciences are garlands of flowers that we place upon our chains to distract us from the bounds of civil society. So if you think that like the state of nature is a wonderful place and you start from we're in chains in civil society, then you'll build a different picture. You would call the Rousseauian version conventionally liberal. It favors individual rights. You would call the Hobbesian version conventionally statist. It is more justifying the state. Now, why did Hobbes do that? He was exiled during the English Civil War. He wanted to get in favor with the parliamentary rulers, so he wrote that, justifying the king's power, whatever. The point is, that's where you have to start from. So if we start from there, we're always going to have these two visions about whether the justice system is overly burdensome or and impeding on individual rights, or an appropriate exercise of our collective power to check and balance bad behavior. Exactly. From there, we then have the conventional roots of journalism. I'm a big adherent to like Ida Tarbell, okay, and the people who wrote about Standard Oil and the emergence of the Securities Exchange Commission, which was originally called the Bureau of Corporations. I love Teddy Roosevelt. I love trust busting because I hate communism. Communist centralized control. If you have 4 companies that own everything, you're a communist country. They may call themselves capitalists, but that was Russia after perestroika. It was just oligarchs. That's not capitalism, that's corruption. So I start from this perspective of journalism is the art form of writing things that people don't want told in public. It doesn't matter what the powerful interest is. If you're writing something that people want you to be saying involved in a specific situation, you're doing PR. If you're writing other things, it's journalism. So I'm a hardcore, like, conventional journalist. And then I also am a philosopher. So I study this trend you're talking about, this psychosocial emergence of hypervitriolic discourse from the perspective of Edward Bernays and Sigmund Freud. Now, Sigmund Freud invented the discipline of mass propaganda and social psychoanalysis. And then Edward Bernays was his nephew, who, you'll like this, sold Freud's theories to cigarette companies in the 1920s and said, hey, listen, 50% of your market, women don't smoke. It was unfashionable. The pictures of women smoking cigarettes with those long plastic tubes, that wasn't an accessory. It was socially uncouth for women's hands to touch a cigarette, long filter. But Freud said, Bernays said, listen, Uncle Freud, you're poor living over in Austria with an addiction to BLOW, why don't we sell your idea to cigarette companies? Freud had flappers, women's rights advocates, walk down the 29 Easter Day parade with cigarettes, calling them torches of freedom. Now you see the foundation for modern psychosocial conditioning. Okay, it was okay when it was all centralized with UPI and AP and CBS and NBC and ABC. Even when it was with the newspapers, Hearst and Pulitzer and all those guys and girls, when it was that, just that, it was okay. As soon as we had the emergence of the digital era, you had a complete liberation of the flow of information. And by virtue of that, you had all of these clashing ideas. Should we have a powerful state or individual rights? Should we have traditional journalism or individual commentary like Hunter S. Thompson or Ida Tarbell? It all clashed in this digital arena, and people found it very easy to find a parasocial relationship by virtue of the repetitive, long-term nature of these cases. And this is why we have to come to terms with this new digital epoch. When Jesus came around initially, we were transitioning into the age of Pisces. We are very clearly going through a metaphorical or literal transition into a new era of digital technology. We need human bonds. We are going to develop new types of relationships with each other. These communities are important. The issue is we're learning how to do it in real time. The justice system's 20 years behind. Our laws are 20 years behind. And the consequence is that people are left alone in their room, building strong connections that are as fleeting as the bits and bytes flashing across their stream. Are we going to fix this all in a day? No, but we're confronting the challenges of this new digital era embodied in this arena of criminal cases. I'm sure the justice system is confounded, but I think I've laid out the problem.
Great. Yeah, well said. And thank you for bringing all that up. I love that you brought up all the different styles of politics and law. And you really kind of, you put it all into one little snowball. And now we can just roll it down the hill and let it get bigger and bigger in our friend zones and our chat boxes and see what people have to say. Because we all have opinions on things. That is part of being a person in your environment. You can't be a person in your environment and never have an opinion on something. And I think with all of the political divide, there's always been political divide, but because of social media, it just seems so much worse and so much more horrible. But you have to trust in us 60-year-olds, us boomers. There's always been political divide. There's always been instead of what's going on now with the Twitter and the Facebook where everybody's arguing all the time, that was happening in real time. It was happening around dinner tables. It was happening around water coolers. It was happening when you would go out into your neighborhoods and go to social events. People did talk about politics, even though it's all considered to be taboo. No, people did talk about politics. I grew up in a very political town, Madison, Wisconsin. My grandmother was very involved in politics. So was my mother, my family members. My mother was a union head. My father was a union head. I grew up with all of it. So please believe me, people were talking about it, but it's just in a different way now. It's in this social media fashion, this TikTok, I don't even do I call it the TikTok as a joke, but I can't. I just can't, Grant. I'm good with Facebook. I'm loving Twitter X, even though it has its moments. I still think it's a great platform to have a lot of chatting and a lot of decent discord. If we can get past all of the people that like to just get on there and just be hateful, because it is a good place to get to meet people from all around the world. I mean, how would I have ever imagined when I was your age or even younger than you that I could actually have conversations with Lou, wonderful Lou, who's one of our subscribers over in Europe, or people in Australia, or even you in Massachusetts? I would have never thought that was possible because there was no internet when I was in college, both times. The internet came about after I graduated the second time from college. So what we're getting now, this ability to have discord and debates and, oh, hello, Tanner. Are you trying to get awake now? Trying to get involved in this conversation?
Well, and I got to say one thing about the human toll of all this. I sympathize with people so much when they're confronted with bodies built for an agrarian age and social structures and family structures, and then this mind that's confronted with all of human knowledge, every country on the world, instantaneously accessible at your fingertips. We're going to lose ourselves as people if we don't have shared moral values. So that's what I think you're really hitting on. And we have to, it's embodied in the principle disagree without being disagreeable, but it's more than that. If we just never talk about what our shared values are, they're going to not exist because our whole lives are online. So we set the tone. How do we talk? How do we engage? And if we just constantly dehumanize as a tool of satiating our rush for dopamine, then we're creating this vicious feedback cycle. So I always try to be the change I want to see, and I think you speak to it. And I've just hoped that the people have seen that if you just are willing to just pursue your truth and you talk about it authentically and have no hidden motives, it doesn't matter whether you have fleeting friends or there's moles around you or disingenuous agents. Your authenticity will define your ability to get your own answers. Forget who likes it and who doesn't. Do it for you. And justice.
Absolutely. So well said, Grant. I so appreciate you, and I appreciate your look on all of this. I'm just going to let the doggy run out by my son. I'll be right back. I want to get into kind of the meat of tonight, but that was a great opening. It was a great way to get our viewers to understand where you and I are coming from, the way we both think about things. And now we can talk about our disagreements of this case and why we feel the way we feel about certain things. So let me scoot him out into the other room. I will be right back. If you want to kind of speak to my title of tonight's show while I'm away for a second, that would be great.
Yes, the song people often think is by Bob Dylan, Jokers to the left of me, liars to the right, here I am stuck in the middle with you. That was due to a LimeWire error actually back in the early 2000s, is actually by Steely Dan, if I am correct. And, you know, I think what we have to think about is there's a lot of overlapping circles of influence in these cases. And if you've been on my stream, you've heard me talk about this before, but if you haven't heard me talk before, there is a lot to be said about things not being as they seem. What may look to you as a state police officer is actually friends with someone who knew someone else. What may look to you as a state police unit investigating a case is actually an embedded unit that's been there longer than the current DA and has a lot of secrets. What may look like a case about Sandra Birchmore is actually a case about Canton and otherwise. Oh, I'm back. What may look like a case about Sandra Birchmore is actually a case about the connections between the Stoughton Police Department and the same MSP unit that investigated Karen Reed and Aidan Kearney. And then you start talking about Lindsay Gattani's phone extraction, and you find out about all the players, Kate Peter and Brian Tully and Yuri Buchanan and Ken Mello and Robert Cosgrove and Michael Proctor. It literally makes your head spin, not to mention the fake online accounts, people pretending to support Karen Reed and Aidan Kearney when they're really working as moles for the other side, people getting alienated from one side and going to the other, 7 people having control of 14 different accounts, one account saying one thing one day, switching it up the next. Following it requires literally those meme images up on a wall with tape, but that's not good enough. You can't do it. You have to literally keep track of it in your head.
Grant, you're absolutely right, though. We need a murder board, which is what we call it in the, sorry, YouTube. I use the M word. God forbid journalists actually use words, Grant, that are in the freaking dictionary, because now YouTube doesn't want us to use words that are offensive, even though the words that they're making us use instead will become offensive because they still mean the same thing. You're just tricking your audience, which is stupid. And I am very much against it, YouTube. You know I am. So
well, hold on. I'll just wait. I'll bring that up. I'm in. I don't know why I got picked for it, but I'm in this program where I have they ask me, YouTube asked me to tell them things, and then I tell them things. So I will tell them this. I don't know exactly the nature of the problem. It seems to be that when you're using the word, the M word, M-U-R, it is flagging you. Are there, maybe you want to give me a list of words? I don't know if other creators are running into this. Just let me know. And I can't guarantee anything. I will relay the concern.
Awesome. That would be great. Yeah, there's a whole list of words. So I will send them to you and give them to you. I find it just to be ridiculous because these are words in the dictionary, words that are assigned to these particular actions by other humans. We have to use them in law enforcement. Social workers use them. So I just don't get what YouTube is up to with these, with sort of like banding of these words. Now I say them all the time, and I never had, my channel has never got a strike or anything, but I know that they heavily discourage you from saying many words on YouTube now. So I'll get with you on that. Thank you. Thank you for saying this, Rachel. I think we all share the value that Rob Devine is evil. The Farwell brothers. So let's just chat about this for a little bit, because we can absolutely agree, all of us. If you don't agree with this, please help us out here, because the Farwell brothers, and I understand this is my opinion, are the evilest of evil. And I don't know, because I am not their psychiatrist. I do not have a license to practice therapy right now here in the state of Florida. But these two boys, when they were boys, their growth was stunted. There's no doubt in my mind. I've talked to a couple fellow social workers about this. Something happened to these boys, whether it was in their family or it was Robert Devine, because I believe he groomed them. That's my opinion. Was stunted. And so once that happened, they were stunted into this space that they both never, ever could leave, because they did not have any therapy. Nobody knew what was going on. It was all happening in the dark, behind the scenes. And Robert Devine knew what was going on, though. He is definitely the evilest of evil. This is my opinion, everybody. I understand if you don't have it, if you grew up with him or you went to high school with him. Some of you have told me this, that you have went to high school with him. But this is the most sickest of debauchery, the most horrible of anything that you could ever see in police work. And it hits me extra hard because I was a police officer. Granted, I didn't work in the streets of New York or the streets of Boston. I worked in the campus of the University of Wisconsin. Some of you that don't like me have made sure I know about that I was never a real police officer. Well, I'm here to tell you I was a real police officer, and you can look up some of my arrests that I made, and I'll tell you about some of the threats I've received from making those arrests and things that I saw that you would never want to see. So I was absolutely a real police officer. I was deputized in Dane County. I was certified law enforcement gun toting cop. And I have never I've never run across anything like this case, the Sandra Birchmore case. It sickens me to my core that police officers were getting away with this in front of everyone, right under the noses of all of those other Stoughton cops and the chief of police. There's no excuse for it. There's no way that they can't make this right. There's no making this right. Sandra is now deceased because of it. If they had made it right, she'd probably be alive today and she'd have her child with her. That'd be some solace for everything they put her through, and what they did to her was criminal and atrocious. And there's not enough words in the human language for how I feel about the Stoughton Police Department and everybody that let that slide under the radar. And I have been contacted by other victims, and we are not speaking on it until they give me permission. But I know for a fact that you have more victims living. Maybe they've moved out of state now to move on with their life, but there are more victims. Sandra was not their first, and she was not their last. And Robert Devine is lying. Everything that he says right now is a full force lie. I can guarantee it. This is why we speak on him on Friday Night Lies. He is a hashtag liars gonna lie. Grant?
Yeah, thank you for that passionate speech. And if I may, let me just give some context for the Sandra Birchmore probe. I know a lot of your listeners might know. I do cover it on my channel a lot as well. It's in my chart, which we'll talk about. So on February 1st, 2021 at 9:27 p.m., Matthew Farwell, a then Stoughton police officer, showed up at the apartment complex in Canton of his then mistress, Sandra Birchmore. Sandra Birchmore was a woman in her 20s who, since the age of 14, had been interested in being a police officer. Sandra joined the Police Explorers program in Stoughton, I believe it was Stoughton, at the age of 14, where she met Matthew Farwell, William Farwell, and others, Robert Devine, who was a school resource officer. Now, in the context of Sandra Birchmore joining the Police Explorers program, she also then got a job for the local court, and then she wanted to be a police officer, but she went on to become an administrative aide at a school near where she lived. Take us to the night of February 1st, 2021. Sandra Birchmore and Matt Farwell had been in, I won't call it a relationship. Matt Farwell had been abusing Sandra since she was an underage girl, and it was disgusting. There was evidence on his phone to prove it. We'll get to that in a minute. On February 1st, Matt Farwell shows up at her apartment and, according to the federal government, unalives Sandra Birchmore. It was the most disgusting crime you can imagine. Fast forward 3 days. So February 1st to February 4th. I think it was a Friday, might have been a Monday, but let's just use the dates, which was February 1st and now to February 4th. February 4th, Sandra's colleagues at school call in a wellness check. They, the Canton police respond and do a wellness check and find Sandra unalived from a door. I left a word out there. She was pregnant at the time with a baby that for a long time everyone thought, including Matt Farwell, was Matt Farwell's. Turns out it wasn't. Yeah. We'll get to that later. When Sandra's body is discovered, the Canton police, to their credit, although a lot of people criticize them, actually did a good investigation. This included immediately talking to the maintenance worker at the building, and you can find this all, by the way, in the Canton Police Audit Report from 2025, April or May, by Five Eyes Intelligence or something like that, on pages 99 through 102, to be specific. Now, you will find in that document that the Canton police on February 4th immediately talked to the building maintenance worker who said the man on surveillance camera at Sandra's apartment with a CO whatever mask, I don't want to say the full word because it will flag the video, was Matt Farwell. He helped Sandra move into her apartment. Then they went to Sandra's school. They got evidence that Matt Farwell had been abusing Sandra since she was an underage child, that Farwell had said to people, if Sandra doesn't get rid of the baby, he would do it himself. Okay. They take that information, they give it to Brian Tully's State Police Unit. You'll know the names: John Fanning, this comes up in a second, Yuri Buchanan, Michael Proctor, all these people, Nick Garino. On February 6th, the Canton police hands over all this information to that unit. A few months later, what does John Fanning do? John Fanning, who used to work in Stoughton. Mind you, Yuri Buchanan also used to work in Stoughton. The first person that got a call was not Canton Police. It was Stoughton Resource Officer Shiana Isabel, whose husband is best friends with Yuri. Wow, fascinating. I didn't know that's how the wellness check came in. That adds
This
to...
is a very credible source as well, just so you know.
100%. That adds to it because, as you'll learn, not only did John Fanning, who was partners with Brian Tully, the unit commander, for multiple years, and who was his sergeant underneath him, Yuri Buchanan, not only did John Fanning work in Stoughton before he went to the MSP, so did Yuri Buchanan. Now,
imagine that.
And John Fanning writes a report after Nick Garino goes through Sandra's phone and Matt's phone, as they call him in the report. And they, despite all that evidence, they render a report in 2021 or 2020, I think it was 2021, saying that Sandra Birchmore took her own life. That is the greatest scar. I don't care about Whitey Bulger, John Conley. I don't care about anything in the history of Massachusetts. That is the greatest scar on the face of law enforcement. And if people don't understand, forget about Lindsay's phone extraction, which I also want to talk about, and what that unit did there. If you're not mad about that, if you're not mad about what happened to Karen, if you think she was mistreated, which I think objectively we can talk about the text, how she was talked about, she was mistreated, whether or not you believe in her guilt or innocence.
Right.
If you're upset about all these things, what happened to Turtle Boy, you should, more than any of them combined, and maybe the people involved would tell you, you should be upset about what happened to Sandra Birchmore because they had the evidence that Farwell did it and they covered it up. But what's
100%, Grant, when you frame someone for their own unaliving, because we're not supposed to say the S word, add that to your list. When you frame someone for their own unaliving, that is the evilest of evil. So not only do you have premeditated M word, sorry, YouTube, murder. Not only do you have premeditated murder, but you also have a premeditated unaliving that you intended to blame on the person that you killed. There is nothing worse and more despicable than that. That is the evilest of evil, Grant.
Oh, and it gets so much worse because then you look at the documents, and we'll get to the fact that the feds in August of 2024 charged Farwell. But you look at the documents, you see what Robert Devine was doing when he was a school resource officer in that open gym. You see this talk about Sandra and the girls and money. Okay, what was really going on? Okay, what was this more than just Sandra Birchmore being abused by these three men? Was this a ring of police officers that was recruiting underage girls, getting them into this circle, and then having their little sort of pick?
Correct.
And if that is what was happening, why did the feds choose to do a superseding indictment on Farwell recently? Why does he have a DAFTH penalty attorney? And is it possible that Matt Farwell, after he found out that he was lied to about being the father of Sandra Birchmore's unborn 8 to 10-week-old baby boy, is it possible that that is the reason why he might be cooperating? And if he's cooperating, what is he cooperating about? Tully's unit covering up Sandra Birchmore's murder. That's the elephant in the room. If people can focus in on that, that's why the people around them, Proctor, Kate, Garino got hit by a drunk driver on the Pike randomly and has been medically out ever since. Yeah. And he's the one that touched everything. There's something going on.
Yeah, he touched everything. If anybody believes for a second that Matthew Farwell was able to pull that all off by himself, I'm telling you, people, there's no way. There's no way one person was able to pull all that off. And for that to get ruled an unaliving of herself so quickly, when there was so much evidence that there's no way that she was even an S-watch. She was never even an S-watch. She was doing her laundry. She had gone out and pushed snow off her car. It's no different. And thank you, Screaming Daisies. And thank you, Clerk Monte, for being here tonight. And thanks for talking about Ellen Greenberg as well. That's another live stream I would love to do with you, Grant. I have literally studied the Ellen Greenberg case since 2011, and I have live streamed about it now for a year and a half. I pretty much know everything there is to know that is out there that you can know about the death of Ellen Greenberg. She was also framed for her own unaliving. Differences, these two are so similar. The only difference is that we know Matthew Farwell and Sandra Birchmore were not in a relationship. She was a victim all along. Ellen Greenberg was engaged to her fiance. She didn't become a victim until he unalived her, but we do believe, based on the evidence, that there was some type of punching, possibly kicking going on. She had bruises and varying degrees of healing on her body. That case is despicable and disgusting as well. And there's cover up involved. There's police malfeasance. There's government malfeasance. You name it, it's there with the Ellen Greenberg case. So I would love to educate your towels about Ellen Greenberg. She deserves so much more attention than she's ever gotten. And thank you to those of you that have continued to advocate for her with me. And Sandra Birchmore, I just believe that when they didn't look at all of the things they could have looked at in her personal life, she was loving her job. She was excited to be a mom. The things she was doing that day, scraping off her car, taking in her mail, ordering more gifts for the baby. That is not someone that's just going to abruptly unalive themselves. That's not how sociology and how your own internal brain workings for that type of level of depression, it does not work that way. That is not how it works. Right, Grant?
Right. And I think it's just pure gaslighting that they even attempted that, because notwithstanding the evidence to the contrary regarding her mental state and looking forward to having the baby,
right,
there was a plethora of evidence dating back decades that Matthew Farwell was abusing this woman, that
right,
he was telling people he was going to unalive her because she had his child, and clearly he got protected. You got to think of it, in my opinion, from the perspective of they didn't protect Matt Farwell because of Matt Farwell. And this is about Sandra Birchmore at its core, but this is about the secrets that lie beneath. And we can talk about how it ties into what I call the Canton aristocracy, but it's not the Canton aristocracy, is it? It's the connection between Canton, South Boston. There's a documentary in a book called Midnight in the Garden of Good and Evil. It's about a unaliving in Savannah. There's a lot of parallels to what goes on in Canton. It's small.
Really?
If you've been there, it's a small town. The main drag is maybe half a mile. There's like 10 shops, but what lies beneath is it's like this community where very powerful people live but don't work.
Right.
And so they have this, like, it's not New England small town in the traditional sense. It's New England small town with like a parallel socio-political hierarchy that is also reminiscent of Eyes Wide Shut. Okay, like, I really believe, and we don't have to talk about this deeply, but I truly believe what lies beneath a lot of this is sex. Now, whatever you think about it.
Absolutely, Grant. You're right on with this, Grant. I want to interrupt you for 2 seconds. I wanted you to address Rachel's comment here. She's very knowledgeable, very we can count on her knowledge on this case. Matt's buddies are arresting other victims to legally track, harass, and scare them into silence. Any idea of plausible deniability flew out the window. And I mean Canton police, not Stoughton.
Yeah. Let me respond to that with a link. I'm going to drop you in chat. I know we can play it. So I know people who watch the Donna Adelson case will be familiar with the concept of a bump. But a bump is not what you think it is in the digital era. A bump is not going up to Donna Adelson. It's not just going up to Donna Adelson with a like envelope. I have a quick 50-second video that I'll send. And the reason why I bring it up is that it's a former intelligence officer talking about what a modern bump looks like. He's former FBI, current CIA, and he got recorded by an undercover journalist. Now, tell me if you don't, exactly what Rachel's talking about, tell me if you don't hear a lot of this in what he says, because he comes out and says, if you want to do this, if you have people who you are worried about know too much, then the only solution for you, if you're an intel asset, state police or otherwise, and I dropped the link in the chat, the only solution is to bump the target psychologically on social media or otherwise to induce a reaction that allows them to then bring charges, frame the person as looking ridiculous. It's an op. That's what people don't understand. And I agree with Rachel that a lot of women, going back to 2022 in the orbit of these cases, knew too much. And because they didn't have the attention that the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe case brought on this MSP unit, all of it was covered up. And that 50-second clip, I don't know if Rachel's seen it, it speaks in so direct language to how this is done, because a lot of people don't think of it this way. But yeah, we can watch it, and then I'm interested in your thoughts.
Great, thank you.
You create the situation to where they have no choice but to act on their impulse. And once they act on that impulse, then we call that entrapment. We call it a nudge.
A nudge.
A nudge. Sometimes you just gotta give them a quick little, just to see what happens, right?
And how does that happen?
You put a post out there, or you have someone fake profile say something that triggers, that we know is going to trigger them, right? Like we already know your history. If we're to that point, we already know everything about it. So we're like, oh, this will piss them off. Sometimes you light the fuse and just wait for it to follow. Nothing with putting out a fake social media thing to like really get people mad. Post fake news. Sometimes it's not fake. It's embellished a little bit. You can kind of put anyone in jail if you know what to do.
How?
Speaks volumes.
Wow, that's just, yeah. I mean, and the sheer what do you call it? Oh shoot, my little window just got small.
Oh, audacity.
Yeah, the audacity. You could hear the cockiness almost, it in his face, yep, you just set him up. And I mean, oh my God, you know what? This is a really good moment. I'm going to play something for you guys. Hey, Grant, in my production room now, it just made it made our screen small on my end. Do you remember what button? Well, you're not using StreamYard, are you?
No. And I see the, I don't see your camera, but I see the two of us. I'm not sure which button, but I'm sure if you click around, it'll work.
Yeah, it'll come back. There it goes. I got it. It acts up a little bit once in a while. I'm going to play something for all you guys. I think you'll appreciate this. So like I was saying in the beginning, first of all, I just want to quickly, before I play this, I just want to run down really quick and say, welcome to MCAT, Pelcat, our resident Iowa fan. We are frenemies during football season and basketball season. Hi, Rachel. Again, thank you for all your knowledge, for being so brave, and what you've been through is just astounding and despicable as well. We may get to that at some other point. Welcome, David. The towel is in the house. Hello, filthy rat bastard. Great to see you again. Yeah, Turtle Boy isn't that famous to ordinary people in Massachusetts. I get it. JD degree is a good degree, even if one doesn't sit for the bar, says MCAT. Thank you very much. That's true. And then I've been putting up all your comments all along. I just wanted to say hi. Screaming Daisies, welcome back. Welcome to all of the towels that are on Twitter with us. Thank you so much. And Grant's YouTube channel. You're all wonderful. I'll catch some of the comments in the replay. 3 Clark Monte, great to have you back as well. And thank you to all of you for joining in our discussion in our debates. We won't always agree on everything, but we will always respect each other. And I want to play this clip for you. I have always been interested in crime for whatever reason, maybe because of growing up around my mother, who was worked for the Department of Justice her entire career. And after the cases would end, I would get to hear about them. But I've read crime novels going all the way back, Grant, to when I was a huge fan of Nancy Drew and the Hardy Boys, and even back further as a child to Scooby-Doo, and always been interested in true crime and fascinated with it. So I've been reading this series of books by Stuart Woods, and the lead character is Stone Barrington. He's a fascinating guy, and I want to find this clip for you real quick to play. And this is a good time for all of you to stand up and take a stretch break too, if you want to take a stretch break. But there was a great comment in this book, and let me go back and find it. Give me 2 seconds. And in the meantime, Grant, I want you to tell everybody, while I look up this clip I want to play for you guys, about your chart. Because when I first watched your live show and you brought this chart up, I was like, holy cow, this is exactly what I just told my audience a few weeks ago, my subscribers, my friends, social change warriors. I want to make a murder board. I want to put up a big board in my room here. I bought the bulletin board. I just haven't gotten this far yet. And then you put this up. I'm like, oh my gosh, Grant just did all my work for me. I have to call him. I have to talk to him about this board. So while I look up this clip, you tell us about this fascinating chart that you have created here.
Sure, and it's a good segue. I'm so glad we got to talk about Sandra Birchmore, but it's a good segue into
and we'll talk more. We'll talk a lot more about her, because we have to keep her name alive. We have to keep her face. We always have to advocate for justice for her until every single person that hurt her and any other girls in that community are brought to justice.
Sure, absolutely. Sorry, I do burp from time to time. But what you will see in this chart is how this all interconnects. Now, I talk to people, I guess, but I don't really think about my own abilities. I talk about it on stream sometimes. So what you're seeing is just how my brain thinks on that screen. All of these players, you can see the Brian Tully, John Fanning, Michael Morrissey, Matthew Farwell, William Farwell, Robert Devine, Yuri Buchanan surround Sandra Birchmore. Then you can see the Karen Reed case, Aiden Turtleboy Kearney, Rachel Rollins, Josh Levy, Dustin Chow, Alan Jackson, Karen Reed, David Unetti. Then you can see the Lindsay Gattani situation. That involves so many players you'll heard of. Kate Peter, Marty Kraft you might not have heard of, we'll talk about. Jason Broyles, Aiden Kearney again, Brian Tully, Nick Garino. You can see how it sort of all centrally, recursively loops into each other. And you might say, Grant, you just put arrows to random people. No, I didn't. The key to all of this is actually the Morrissey to Kate Peter link, but not in the way a lot of people think. So Kate Peters, alienated former colleague of Aiden Kearney, kind of a PI, used to know, now called Mafia Troll Masshole. I don't know, some weird thing. I just call it Shrek. Anyway, the point is, you can see that Josh Levy and Rachel Rollins are in the middle of that, and then Michael Morrissey's over on the left. Now, to understand this all, you kind of have to understand how Massachusetts works. We have district attorneys for 9 different districts, okay? Michael Morrissey is the Norfolk County District Attorney. Rachel Rollins used to be, back in the day, in 2019 or so, before that, the Suffolk County District Attorney. Now, Rachel Rollins also infamously became U.S. Attorney under the Biden administration before she was referred for criminal charges by the DOJ OIG for, guess what, interfering in the 2021 primary between Kevin Hayden and Ricardo Arroyo for Suffolk DA. It might have been 2022, actually. Rollins was hyper liberal. She was the person who didn't prosecute 25 crimes, and etc. And she tried to interfere in that primary by starting a pretextual federal probe into Kevin Hayden, leaking its existence by virtue of recusing herself, and then trying to drop it in the papers to influence the primary. The plan blew up in her face because the Globe got information about Arroyo doing very bad things, and that led to Hayden winning the primary, winning the general. Well, Rollins got thrown out of office basically by May of 2023 because she tried to mislead the DOJ, OIG, the Office of the Inspector General, in 2022 about that. Now, you might say, all right, Grant, I see where this is going, but why does Michael Morrissey tie into this? Well, when Rachel Rollins was the Suffolk County District Attorney, you may not be shocked to find out that her hyper-progressive liberal stance on not prosecuting 25 low-level offenses caused a certain amount of discontent. Well, one of the people who publicly criticized Rollins was Michael Morrissey, who Rollins then labeled a meatball. Now, Rollins also did something else that ended up having substantial procedural consequences in ways I don't think people understand. Because Rollins, when she, in 2021, right before she left the Suffolk DA to go be U.S. Attorney, she did something interesting. She was the first person, the first DA in Massachusetts, to submit a filing, a sentencing recommendation, suggesting that a life term for a first-degree unaliver should not be applicable if the person committed the act when they were under 25, on a theory that their brains weren't fully developmentally ready for the potential for a life sentence without parole. Well, Michael Morrissey didn't like that either. Him and 4 other DAs joined as an amicus on the appellate level and opposed Rollins, saying that was ridiculous. And Rollins hated Morrissey over that as well. You can find this all in the press at the time. Now, why does this get really interesting? Well, one caveat, by the way, Rollins ended up vindicated because the SJC in Massachusetts ruled in 2024 that life terms without parole are inappropriate for youth offenders who unalive people first degree under the age of 25. Whatever, but the point is there was tension. So Rollins not only had tension with the Norfolk County DA, Rollins became U.S. Attorney and got forced out of office because she had a bad history of leaking pretextual federal probes to target her opponents. Now, who were the 3 people that cooperated with the DOJ OIG to take out Rachel Rollins? None other than Josh Levy, then first assistant who became U.S. Attorney after Rollins left office, Bill Abley, then head and still head of the criminal division, and Dustin Chow, then head and perhaps still head, although I'm not sure, of the public integrity unit under Bill Abley. Now, you really have to know how the DOJ power structure works to understand all this, but the point is, these people took Rollins out. Rollins kind of leaves office, and here's something interesting. I have good reason to believe that Ken Berkowitz, the former chief of the Canton PD, in about 2022, went to the FBI because something was rotten about the MSP and Stoughton police being involved in a cover-up of Sandra Birchmore's death. Well, notwithstanding whether Rachel Rollins had a pretextual motive against Michael Morrissey, who, by the way, she couldn't investigate because Rollins, when she came on as U.S. Attorney in January of 2021 or 2022, I think it was January 2022, whenever she came on, she signed an agreement that she would not investigate or be involved with the investigations of anyone who was a party to a case when she was Suffolk DA within the last 12 months. Well, Morrissey filed as amicus within the 12-month period prior to Rollins becoming Attorney General, U.S. Attorney for the District of Massachusetts. How do I know this? I looked it up. In any event, as a result, Rollins, I think, actually started a public corruption grand jury in May of 2022. How do we know this? That's the date that Judge Indra Talwani swore in Jessica Leslie, who was the person who got pled guilty to leaking information about 4 different grand juries over the span of May of 2022 through February or March of 2024. We know 2 of those grand juries. One was the CDL, commercial driver license bribery case that she leaked about. The other was the Reed and O'Keefe grand jury. There are 2 other grand juries that occurred over that time. One's probably Sandra Birchmore. One we don't really know about, in my opinion. And these all tie in to, very importantly, Rachel Rollins potentially actually being onto something in May of 2022, long before Alan Jackson joined Karen Reed's legal team, long before Jessica Leslie started leaking. We don't know exactly when that started. There was a federal public corruption grand jury looking into the Norfolk County DA and that state police unit. If that's the case, then you got to think about, okay, they don't know what's going on, right? They don't know they're being investigated or for what. Rollins hated cops. Okay, that's my opinion. She was happy to investigate them, and she hated Morrissey. So did Dustin Chow, by the way. Did you know Dustin Chow's wife used to work for Michael Morrissey until she got passed over for a promotion, even though she got the same pay, and sent to district court instead of kept at superior court? She didn't like it. She left on bad terms. Chow went around saying he was going to do everything in his power to burn down the Norfolk DA's reputation. Make of that what you will. Anyway, so we jump forward to this situation where we have a federal grand jury impaneled sometime in May of 2022, which is right around when Berkowitz goes to the FBI. We know the public integrity section of the FBI was working on this. How do we know? Well, I'm not going to tell you the agents' names. We can use initials, LF, et cetera, et cetera. We know people were working on this, okay? And it was for a long time. Now, the feds don't do anything, though, until August of 2024 in terms of actual indictments. And the first indictment they bring is Farwell and Farwell alone. Well, that makes you wonder, between the summer of 2023, when the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe grand jury really heated up and then closed out in February of 2024, why exactly was that investigation happening? Was it maybe a very interesting public sort of shiny red object so that they could bring in tips? The FBI and the DOJ could bring in tips about that unit? And is it possible that the tips they brought in about that unit led them to get Michael Proctor's cell phone? And then maybe did they sit on that cell phone for an extended period of time to see if Proctor would attempt to withhold evidence in other cases? And then after Proctor filed those motions, did they drop it on Proctor, there enforcing him to drop his appeal and look like an idiot in front of the judge and expose himself to potential obstruction? They're in aligning with the long-term type of operation you'd expect to see if the DOJ were going after someone rather than flash in the pan charges. That's what I think's going on. It all ties together. It all looped in. It's a bunch of different investigations, but it centers on this unit and what they knew about Birchmore. And then, by the way, in April of 2024, while this unit, remember, Farwell the investigation starts, according to Josh Levy at a press conference in August of 2023 into Farwell. I believe the grand jury started early, but the Farwell part starts August of 2023. It ends August of 2024 when they announce the charges. Morrissey sends Tully and Fanning an email asking if it's true that the feds indicted Farwell in August of 2024. In April of 2024, while this unit is potentially under federal surveillance, Brian Tully takes Lindsay Gattani's cell phone extraction that he had gotten in January of 2024. Lindsay Gattani was involved in the Turtle Boy cases, and she came up in Robert Cosgrove's motion today that we'll talk about, an abhorrent motion. Tully gets Lindsay's phone extraction upon a promise, also from Ken Mello, that the extraction will be redacted. It's 15 years of her life, private, intimate moments. In April of 2024, Brian Tully removes messages from Kate Peter, a PI working for Marty Kraft, who also knows Tully, from the extraction, Kate Peter to Lindsay. Then Tully removes messages from Tully to Lindsay from the extraction, and then an audio recording that former state trooper Leah Genduso, long story, she was involved in a scandal that Turtle Boy covered, led to her resignation. It ended up exposing high-ranking members of the state police. It tied into a report about a judge's daughter that was altered. And Brian Tully's lawyer is the same lawyer that represented Anderson, who was the partner, the law enforcement partner of the guy that Leah Genduso was sleeping with that got her fired. Okay. And so Lindsay Gattani's phone extraction, Brian Tully removes those pieces of evidence very coincidentally, and then turns the full unredacted production over to Tim Bradle, Aiden's lawyer, who then turns it over to Aiden, who turns it over to Jason Broyles, who releases it on the internet eventually. In that same case, Tully's unit also releases an unredacted SA report that, by the way, the Medfield police initiated, and then Aiden only became aware of because Cosgrove leaked it unredacted to Aiden, despite a rule against that. And now this is how this all ties in. While that unit is being watched related to Reed and O'Keefe and Birchmore, they're also doing bad stuff because of what Kate Peter, I think, was trying to do by way of weaponizing certain people in the orbit of the like Turtle Boy circle, who Kate viewed as expendable because they weren't as well connected as people like Jen McCabe or Tully or otherwise. And as a result, Lindsay's phone extraction was dropped at the very start of the first Karen Reed trial in April of 2024 in order to provide a distraction so that the heat would be off Jen McCabe, and the Google Analytics showed data, which I believe proves this point. I hope that ties it all together.
Grant, that was fascinating. First of all, I've looked at your chart many times. I've studied it. I've made my little lines like you did. I got my marker out. I even printed one off. I am amazed at how you are able to retain all of this information in the first part and then spit it out to us in such succinct logical order, I'm sure everybody in the friend zone here on Social Change Warriors and on Twitter X and on your YouTube channel, I want to just give you a standing ovation. That was one of the best explanations of this theater of the absurd that I have ever heard. I mean, you should go on Court TV or whatever other channel wants to put you on in the mainstream media and do this exact same presentation, because that was outstanding. Thank you, Grant.
Oh, thank you. You're so kind. So we've talked about this, but I get up at 3 in the morning.
Wait a second, Grant. Hang on. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I have to. Welcome back, Sherry D. Great to see you. And can you repeat that real quick one more time?
No, it's funny because sometimes when you repeat, when you do something like that, someone will ask you to do it again. You're like, well, I guess I'll give you the summary version. But
well, hey, now anybody ever wants this, all they have to do is come to our channels and hit the replay button, folks, and you can hear this amazing Discord, this beautiful speech that basically a complete A to Z of what the F has happened in Canton and Stoughton, Massachusetts in the last, what we say, a total of probably 5 years. Before John O'Keefe died, even longer, because all of this with Sandra Birchmore started way before anyone ever knew who John O'Keefe or Karen Reed was.
Yep. And if you really think about it, after listening to it all, people take for granted when they're enmeshed in this. It's like a TV show. You come to know the characters or the people. So everyone is like, well, okay, I know all of this. But when you hear it put out there, because everything's so compartmentalized, what you realize is, oh, that's why people can just say things online. That's why they want us all in camps. Because if you had a group of people who were not in tribes, but instead putting this all together, oh my God, it would be chaos. And shout out to Lindsay, by the way. Lindsay Catani deserves a lot of credit. It is not easy. It's like the movie V for Vendetta. All right. It's not easy to be thrown into
and that's a whole nother can of worms that you just opened by saying her name, and I appreciate that you are friends with her, so I completely appreciate that. I have nothing personally against her, but that's a whole nother live stream that we could do together on thoughts about psychological stability and what's gone on with that. Literally a complete side, attraction, detraction to the actual case of Karen Reed. She got herself involved in this because of her relationship with Aiden, correct?
Well, let's talk about that a little bit. So what happened was, and I'm not going to speak for Lindsay. She talks about this on her Twitter. You can follow her at Lindsay Catani. She's at like 5,000 followers, 4,000 something. I don't know. The point is,
I've seen almost all of her posts, to be totally honest with you. I have read a lot about her backstory and what her logical reasons were for things that have gone on and things she's done.
Yeah, so I won't speak for her, but I'll just explain. She has talked about how she was just into court cases. She watched stuff. She saw Aiden covering Karen Reed and reached out to him.
So the true crime component is what you're saying. Lindsay was a true crimer, more or less.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if it was true crime or if she was interested in the cases. She was interested in the genre. And so she knows a lot about true crime as well, or cases outside of this case. She just happened to be watching this case, I think, and she saw Aiden's stream. All right. Well, the reason it's not Aiden and Lindsay being together that is operative for Karen's case. What's operative is Karen and Aiden and Natalie had a falling out. Not really Karen and Aiden, but Karen and Natalie in July of 2023. Because Natalie introduced Aiden to someone at Sony. And Aiden was like, let's do it, gung-ho. Karen and Natalie were like, no, you don't just jump at the first offer. That caused Karen to take it out on Natalie. Why'd you introduce him to the Sony exec? You can listen to this in Tully's interview of Natalie. It's out there.
Yes.
But that's not the point. The point is, from August or October, let's say October of 2023, through December of 2023. Without Karen Reed's phone, there is only one person who was being told anything about what Karen and Aiden were talking about. That was Lindsay Catani. That's why it became explosive. Then, when Lindsay and Aiden had a falling out, Karen was the one saying to Aiden, this is out there in Facebook chats, Aiden, don't go over there. don't go over there. She's talking to Tully, talking to whoever. And clearly, Lindsay was an unwitting honeypot. And this is what I really want to get into. I think Kate Peter was like part of an operation that psychologically profiled Aiden and said, what's Aiden's kind of weakness? What kind of trap will he fall into? Just like that intel agent we heard earlier. And then I want to talk about something else. So a lot of people who are in the public arena take this for granted. I do not. I have remember when in 2017, when I started covering things, I remember when it was like when there was one Facebook post about me, then 5, then 10. It is overwhelming. I don't think people relate to this, how overwhelming it is when you are suddenly the subject of a lot of attention, not to mention Turtle Boy level attention. The first thing that's going to happen for any normal, well-adjusted human is they're going to be overwhelmed because they're going to be emotionally reacting to developments they're not designed to handle. Over time, through work hardening, you are going to learn what is analytical reasoning, what is emotional reaction, and how mind over body and mind over heart can allow you to analytically parse difficult information during high stakes situations. So you've seen the evolution, in my opinion.
And don't leave out the central nervous system. It's a it's a huge component in the human being.
Sure. Why do you think in BUDS, Basic Underwater Demolition School, we basically drown our SEALs? Because natural human reaction to being drowned is to gasp for air, and your body's reflex through your central nervous system will drown you. If you drown Navy SEALs for 6 weeks and then put them through 6 months of more training, when you throw them in the water off North Korea, they're not going to drown. If something goes wrong, they're going to know what to do, hopefully. That is why
it's also muscle memory. It's the same. It's the great example, Grant, and it's the same exact reason why firefighters and police officers have to go through in-service every 3 months. You have to keep doing repetitive behavior that you may not be getting in your calls. You may go a whole year in between a like call, and that what you need for skills in that call, you have not, if you don't have in-services, your muscle memory is going to forget how to react to that specific emergency. So that's why in-service is so important. And it's important in many people's professions as well. That's why we have licensure requirements for social workers and real estate agents and chiropractors, and you name it, you need a license for it, right? We need a license to drive, but unfortunately we don't have to do remedial training for that until we're old, but we should be doing it on and on and on, in my opinion, based on all the bad accidents that happened, including one that I was just in not that long ago. Someone pulled out in front of me, very bad driver, but I digress. The main point of that is that you constantly need training in whatever field you're in, but especially in police work, firefighter, those you're not always going to get a situation on a timely basis for you to keep your skills up. So you have to go through in-service.
Yeah, and there's no such thing as crisis PR training for lay people. You need to be an interdisciplinary mind. And in fact, I think fate, as tormenting as it was, I've talked about this before, it was only through Kate Peters, in my opinion, and I experienced it firsthand, in my opinion, full malicious movement. All right, she brought me in a car in a Chick-fil-A parking lot, Kate Peter, when I first started covering the Karen Reed case. And she was like, oh, someone's coming to meet me in a Toyota Camry. She got an envelope of cash. I remember it, the green thank you card with hundreds and 50s and 20s in it. I remember it. And why would you ever do that in front of me? She didn't say, hey, you could get this too. Okay, right. She was saying this, you could just do that privately. You don't got to do it in front of me, bro. And even if you were meeting them at that parking lot because you had to, put the envelope in your purse. Why the fuck would you ever open it in front of me? Okay, she was trying to bribe me or tell me what was on offer.
It was clinically planned. It was premeditated.
So yeah. I was like, no, fuck no. And I'm autistic. I'm on the spectrum. So I didn't even realize it at the time, but I would never do it. Then inadvertently, Kate Peter brought me over to Lindsay's apartment, and I'll never forget that day because that was the day Kate Peter got, although it was delayed, that was the day Kate Peter set her own life on the path to being exposed and all of this being exposed because she brought me into Lindsay's apartment. Kate had to go. And then Lindsay and I became friends over the next few months. And then I was friends with Lindsay when the phone extraction got released. And I'm not going to toot my own horn, but I had to sacrifice a lot in my life to go help her get through that. And I did that not just to help her because she deserved it and she was being tormented by Tully. I knew it was intentional, but also because I wanted to spite them. I said, oh, you think this is how you're going to silence her? No, I won't let that happen. And in my opinion, there's something to be said about how Kate Peter like got her just desserts in all this, because by introducing me to Lindsay, she inadvertently set us on this path where then I was able to, not because I wanted to tell this story, I was able to experience enough where I understood the full picture. And I think that's why people have always tried to vilify Lindsay, caricature her and vilify her, and vilify and caricature me, because we're on this island, but we together managed to see this whole picture. That makes it a lot more clear.
You made a very good point to what we started out talking about way back when we started an hour and a half ago, that the Karen Read case, the death of John O'Keefe, became a community. It became its own society. And when that happens, there'll be all levels of different kinds of events going on. Some of the events will be nefarious. Some of the events will appear as shenanigans. Some of the events will appear as normal and as what you would expect. And there'll be people lying and cheating and crossing over to different camps. And everything that happens in real society can happen in a society that's been created by trauma. And that's what we on the outside have witnessed. You live there. This is your onboard trauma. This is your real life trauma. You are friends with a lot of the people that are involved in this case. So you have lived it in a completely different way than those of us that are watching purely because either, number one, we were true crimers first and followed cases, trials, which I really never did that. I was more into the justice for people that didn't get it, there was nobody arrested. There was no trial. There was just someone passed away, their family's grieving, and nobody arrested. That's where my space I came from, and being a former officer and social worker. And then you just have the people that just found about it from their friends. They were never really into true crime or into advocacy, but they heard about it. It kind of tweaked something in them. And then whenever you hear that there could be corruption involved, it tweaks us. It gets us going. Like, wait a minute, corruption? Police, government, what? And then I have spoken to so many people, Grant, that never followed true crime, never watched a trial in their life, didn't do advocacy. They had their own other hobbies and passions. But when they found out that there was corruption at this level in Massachusetts, in so many cases, and once you started getting really into it and you learn about Sandra Birchmore, which many of us never heard of her because they ruled her death an unaliving of herself. That case never made it to me when I'm either in Wisconsin or when I'm in Florida. I never heard of Sandra Birchmore until I heard of Karen Read and John O'Keefe. So slowly but surely I hear about Just en Route. What the hell? How does that even happen? How does somebody get shot 32, 33 times? That should never happen. That's something in police training that you never, ever train for something like that. There's very, very few circumstances where that would ever be acceptable for officers to shoot someone, especially who was laying on the ground for that long. And by the way, rest in peace, Just en Route. You were done dirty, and I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry to the family of Just en Route and your plight. I try to tweet out your reminders every day of how many days it's been without justice for your dear loved one. So many heads, as we say, heads should roll. There are times when heads need to roll. And that's not a threat. That's not violence. That's just an old saying. That just means somebody needs to be held accountable in a legal way. People should be reprimanded, disciplined, lose their license to practice law enforcement. It's another travesty. I mean, so many states don't even see close to what you have all seen. And I think it was Sherry D that just put up, thanks, Sherry D, for this, by the way. Just en Route 2020, Sandra Birchmore 2021, John O'Keefe 2022. I mean, all questionable cases, all involving similar law enforcement agencies. And in the state of Massachusetts, it's almost mind-blowing. And there's there's just, it's almost like I said earlier, you can't make this shit up, Grant. Your chart is so mind-blowing because it's just hard to fathom. These are things we read about in books, or we watch movies and we think, oh, this can't possibly happen in our real life. This can't possibly go on. There's not really these bad of cops in our real societies. There's not really dirty cops. There's not really bad government and politicians, creating all this havoc and white collar crimes. There can't be that many. And then you hear about these cases, and then you decide to start following more closely these cases that don't make the national news, and you're stunned. You're utterly stunned, and it makes it scary, doesn't it? It makes it scary to think that we're surrounded. I read today, someone wrote on Twitter, X was talking about Walsh, and we won't even have time to go down that road tonight, but we will eventually, because Anna Walsh is a victim of domestic violence, in my opinion. And someone wrote that when he was now we know he admitted. He did not admit to unaliving her. He admitted to disposing of her. He admitted to, sorry, everybody, trigger alert, but he literally had to remove her from her body in various ways to put her in garbage bags. It's disgusting. It's despicable. It's awful. He has to go to jail for that. He just has to. If they can't prove that he did unalive her, I do believe he did. But someone wrote, oh my gosh, I can't believe that I live near there, that I live near where he was disposing of this woman, and that for all we know, it's happening right now, that somebody could be doing something really horrible. And as most of you that follow my channel know, that 3 women a day are unalived by their husbands, boyfriends, or ex-husbands or ex-boyfriends. 3 women a day. And we never hear about them. We don't know about them. The few families that I've been able to work with is because they found me or I found them, and I wanted to advocate for them. Ellen Greenberg, I emailed her parents and said, I want to advocate for Ellen. Sandra Birchmore, I got in touch with Mizzy and I said, I want to advocate for Sandra Birchmore. I'm going to do it on my channel. Several other women that I have been advocating for. I always try to get permission from the families. I don't like to speak on someone's family member without permission. Now, I never got permission from Karen to talk about Karen, but that's really a no-brainer. It's so in the mass medias now that I didn't really need permission. Sadly, I have never gotten permission to speak on advocacy for John O'Keefe, because my view on it from a police officer standpoint is that she did not hit him with her car. And I know a lot of towels do not agree with that take, and I appreciate that, because you have your own reasons for what you believe, but I have my reasons for what I believe. And that's why this chart is so helpful to us, because of what we all believe. We all believe that it happened a certain way, but all these things still happened. Whether you believe John was hit by a car, or you believe John was punched in the face by either Brian Albert or Brian Higgins, allegedly, in my opinion, this chart still matters, right, Grant?
Sure. And I think you touched on a number of important things there, which was this can hide in plain sight. And we shouldn't take for granted. So I think we have to analyze the impact of what Karen built objectively. We have to separate it from the facts of the case and just say, if this was happening in Massachusetts, and I know the pattern, you find these people, they find vulnerable people, especially women. They know that if they just do the right moves, that these women will be stuck in the system. And then those are the women who never are going to get their case out there. Okay, what's different with Karen's case? Financial analyst, worked at Bentley, father high up in academia. Okay, that is not the type of person that normally will just go down because they don't have other resources. They're trapped in the system. That is someone who's smart enough to play the game. But that's why I think a lot of people miss this. Turtle Boy's coverage was an important PR component of all this. I don't think it's undeniable, whether you like it, love it, doesn't matter, hate it, doesn't matter.
You don't have to like him as a person because of his certain style or the way he behaves or acts, or the other things that he's done in the past, calling out people for whatever reason, kind of Jerry Springer-like, almost Geraldo Rivera-like. You don't have to like any of that, but you can still be critical thinker and say what he did do as far as trying to show where the crime and corruption was involved, calling out the corruption at the Massachusetts State Police, at the Canton level, that you can't hate someone that much that you don't know. First of all, you shouldn't, because it's not healthy for you. But you also still have to have some critical thinking in looking at what he did do as an independent journalist.
Yeah, and it's not to degrade anyone. Like, I feel like sometimes if like I use the word field general, right? There is no one in the DOD who is a general who is insulted that they are a general. There is no one in the DOD who is insulted that they are in the Joint Chiefs. So when I say Karen is like the Napoleon of this, but she's taller. Well, she might be tall. I think she's probably taller than Napoleon.
I think she probably is. Yes, yes.
Yeah, she's a little taller than Napoleon.
Doggies.
There you go.
Doggies.
So Karen's more, and this is not to be insulting to anyone, but it's just, you have to see the bigger picture. Karen built it in the sense that David Yannetti was standing on the front of Norfolk Superior Court in August of 2022 with one camera from Court TV. By the time AJ got involved and Karen did her thing, this thing had built into a movement. That is the brain. Now, Karen's not very, she's never actually talked to me. She glared at me one time, but most of the time I just ask her questions and she walks away. But anyway, I do my best. The point is, she's never talked, but that's why I think I've listened to all of her interviews. I have listened to her saying things. And the way that Karen does it is Karen would never be, this is my opinion, so profane as to go out there and be like, this is how I'm playing chess. Like, that is the antithesis of Karen Reed. And another thing she said that was right in one of the leaked messages to Turtle Boy was that these guys, referring to Tully's unit, are dangerous. She's not wrong about that. And they will get you indirectly. Same with Kate Peter. They'll get you indirectly and you won't know it. And for better or for worse, Aiden uses the same tactics. And that was part of Karen's field strategy. That's what I think I wish people would see about this. Just because someone's not out there flaunting their genius doesn't mean they didn't put this all together as a strategy, because they were up against the exact thing that I just laid out and we've been talking about on this stream. How are you going to tell the public in a 20-second soundbite that this MSP unit is so rotten to the core that all of this is possible? You can't. You need what Karen built.
Right. You can't. And the thing to remember too is that you can't just, it would be nearly impossible. Like we keep saying, and in many chats, people have said this, you can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up. But you also, and Brian Elbert, when he was interviewed and he was on screen and said, well, for this to be a conspiracy, for anyone to truly believe this, then you have to believe that this, that, and the other happened. No, not at all. I'm telling you from a police officer perspective that there were not that many people involved in what happened that night, but there was something going on that happened shortly after. And I give so much credit to Loophole Lawyer. I don't know those of you that, if you watch him, but he's somewhat of an entertainer. He's not about advocacy as much as he's about telling us about cases, showing us his spin on it, and then entertaining us while he shows us his spin. So it's a combination of advocacy and entertainment. And he's very skilled with the graphics. He used the words confirmation bias this week. And I was glad I caught his stream, because that's something that I have spoken about on this channel before. It's very dangerous. We all do it. It's a human flaw, and we can't get away from some of our human flaws because we're human. We make mistakes. We screw up sometimes, but you can recognize your screw ups. You can recognize your confirmation bias, and you can work on it. And it's a lot of work sometimes, because confirmation bias can be very deep seated. It can go all the way back to your childhood. It can go all the way back to how you were raised and who raised you and what they taught you while they raised you, or what you learned in college, or how maybe you got into a group when at your first job and there was a lot of like-minded folks, and maybe you were brought into that, and then you left it with some confirmation bias. So it's a very important thing to recognize. It's human. We all have it. And he talked about that this week, that you don't need 30 people to frame someone. You only need a couple people in high power positions who need to frame someone because they are trying to save someone else. This wasn't about Karen being hated or someone wanting to frame her because they hated her or she had done something to them, like what we saw in the old days with the mobsters, where the mobsters would fight and they would kill each other because one did this to the other and let's get even with him. And that's not it. They weren't trying to get even with Karen. They didn't know Karen. She was an unknown to them. she was a useful person at the time because she made herself in the situation. She put herself in the situation for what they needed to complete framing someone for what two people did to one other human. And it took only one other person of power. And this is my opinion. And Towels, go at me, bring it. I'm good. Still respect you. Berkowitz, rest in peace. I don't like to speak ill of the dead. But if you don't believe that Berkowitz was in it up to his earlobes, then I got to send you all to a police academy. You guys got to read some books on police procedure. And that's where I came up with something we're going to get into the next time. Hopefully Grant joins us, is my list. And I've been making this list for a year and a half, and I have 100 items. And that's, I could list more if I wanted to, but I don't. The number of missteps in the homicide investigation of John O'Keefe, there are 100 of them. And I could probably add some if I wanted to. And I want to go through them with you all the next time we get together with Grant, because we have a few more things we want to talk about. And I don't want to keep him too long because he live streamed for 8 hours today. But I just want to show you the key. Well, first of all, I'm going to play this for y'all because I have it up. So I like to read crime novels. I like to read crime books. This is so, when I was listening to this one on audiobook, I was like, you've got to be kidding me. This is so perfect for what we've all been dealing with. Those of us that have been following these cases of Sandra Birchmore and John O'Keefe and Just en Route and now Anna Walsh. And so let me play this little clip here for you. So bear with me. This is from Stuart Wood's book, is called Wild Card. It's read by Tony Roberts, and take a listen.
To him. What was that? Just Derek calling to say that all is well. Is that a euphemism for we're all in terrible danger? It is not. His words mean what they say. I never know when to believe you. Life would be simpler for both of us if you would try to believe me all the time. Believe anybody all the time, she said. You have a distrustful nature. It comes from being a journalist. When people speak to me, they are usually lying. How do you decide who to believe? Instinct. How reliable is that? Better than 90%, I think. I read somewhere there's a course you can take that teaches you how to identify liars. How do they do that? Liars have what poker players call a tell. I know what a tell is. I play poker sometimes. What is a liar's tell? It varies with the liar, Stone said. Some blink rapidly when they're lying. Some don't blink at all. Some can't look you in the eye. Others can't or won't look away. Some distort their mouths when they're telling really big lies that they know aren't credible. These people often laugh when they're lying too. Is that it? Oh no, there are dozens of other tells. This method was apparently developed by the Mossad, the Israeli intelligence service. It's taught to all their interrogators and to their security people at airports. Maybe I should take the course, Jamie replied thoughtfully. Well, you'd have to spend 6 weeks in Israel, and it costs $25,000 if you're not a Mossad agent. Maybe I could get the Times to pay for it. Stone was making all this up, and he thought it was time he put an end to it before Jamie headed off to Israel. They won't accept journalists in the course.
And he was making up the part about Mossad and Israel, but he wasn't making up the tells, and he wasn't making up the courses on how to tell if someone's lying. All police officers, FBI, CIA, state law enforcement, everybody goes through the training. And I have to tell all of you towels that still believe that Karen Reed hit him with her car. This is one of the big reasons why way back in the beginning when I tried to stay neutral, and I absolutely did. When I first heard about this case, Grant, I thought, well, this is just a sad tragedy, which we've had a lot of in my state of Wisconsin with drunk driving, and here in Florida while I've lived down here off and on. And when I was out in LA, there were plenty of them where somebody drinks too much and they're at a party, or someone leaves a party and they shouldn't be driving and they get in an accident, or they accidentally run over a loved one. So this sounded to me like a shut the door case. This is, this person sadly ran over her boyfriend and I never thought she did it on purpose, though. Those of you that think she did it on purpose, I really need you to critically think this. There's no way that happened. I'm just telling you that, first of all, she didn't hit him, but she definitely wouldn't have done it on purpose, because she's just not that person. Okay. It takes a lot for someone to purposely, intentionally run someone over. That is an evil, dark duty, and not many people have ever done it, first of all. So that definitely never happened. And so she was overcharged from the get-go, because it would have been a complete accident. She wouldn't have known she did. This was my mindset in the beginning. Complete accident. Both drinking. She shouldn't have been driving. He obviously shouldn't have been driving. That's why she was. And he died of his injuries. He fell and hit his head. This was before we knew any of this, of what else was going on, the timeline, his injuries, his head injury, the injuries to the front of his face, the no broken bones anywhere on his body. I didn't know any of this. I was only going off of such small information. Then as the case proceeded and it went to the grand jury, and I'm following it and I'm learning more, and I'm like, what? What are they talking about? He has no broken bones. That's impossible. And I say this because I have been to accidents. I have seen what happens when someone is hit by a car on a bicycle or walking. Many accidents on a college campus. They happen all the time. My dear grandfather was hit by a car going approximately 24 miles an hour, and he died of his injuries. I won't list them all because I can't. It's too painful for me. But once I learned that he had no broken bones, then I was really in it. I'm like, okay, wait a minute. This makes no sense. And then, as Grant said, they were starting to call out the nefarious behavior by the Canton police and the Massachusetts police. And I started making this list, and I'm like, there is no police department or police officer that is ever going to make this many mistakes without having some type of confirmation bias for some reason, or just doing shoddy police work, or being told by the powers that be that this is what you're going to do. I need you to do this at the crime scene. Don't do that. And they weren't asking why. So to bring this all back around, people lie. People lie all the freaking time. And as a police officer and as an investigator, you learn to detect these lies. So then as I went on with this case and continued to watch it through the first trial, then the second trial, I can guarantee you the amount of lies being told. Now, did they want to lie? I don't think so. I don't think people that lied on the stand wanted to lie. I think they were being told, this is what I need you to say. And was it always a full-blown lie? No. In the case of the firefighter and Caitlin, their relationship, if you all recall that from, and maybe we can watch that next time. But these two girls, young girls at the time, young college age, well, after college, I guess they were in their late 20s, but still young adults. They were definitely told that we can't have you on the stand talking about your relationship. We don't want you to make it sound like you were very good friends or that you saw each other all the time. You need to downplay it. It's so obvious to those of us that have been in the law enforcement or have been in law that's what went on there. So there's so many red flags that went up for me in trial one. It was like every day I kept a notebook, right, Grant? It was like so many red flags. So I just wanted you towels to all understand why I came to be where I was. I started out neutral. I actually started out believing it was an accident. But as I saw the evidence, as I processed the evidence, as I saw these 100 missteps that we'll go over at some point and discuss them. And you can tell me your thoughts on them. You can disagree with me if you choose to. But that is how I ended up being in my own camp of John O'Keefe was not hit by a car. If he was not hit by a car, somebody hurt him. They pushed him, they shoved him, they punched him. I wasn't there. There's no witnesses that we know of other than the people that hurt him, and he died of his injuries. That is the only logical conclusion that I could come to, because then in trial two, I saw more science. I saw more reasons to believe that this is very messed up, more reasons to believe that the police were very, very in a confirmation bias mode, and that some of them were party to this. But it wasn't 30 people, my dears. There's no way. It didn't need to be 30 people. It only needed to be a few people that didn't want someone to go down for this because it was an accident. Nobody meant to kill John O'Keefe that snowy early morning hour. It was an accident. It was fueled by some type of an argument that was going on for sure. And how long it goes back, I have my own thoughts on that, and that's for another night. I think that John O'Keefe and Brian Albert had bad blood for some reason, going back to other issues, and then you insert Brian Higgins, who many feel was pissed off and rejected, and you can go on and on. But this was a disaster of an investigation, and nobody really can disagree with that. And we'll talk about that another night, because I want Grant to get to his next points that he wanted.
Before we even get there, I think you did a great job overlaying and we could talk about the specifics, but you did a good job overlaying an opening statement. We can treat this like a Lincoln Douglas debate. So I'll give an opening, not to say necessarily what I think happened that night originally, but let's go back. I do think that there was a bit of an argument, and now I'm going to say some things one side's going to like. I'm going to say some things the other side's going to like. I'm just going to present my theory. There was a fight going on. It started in Aruba. Okay.
Yes.
John hugged the woman who called him Godfather. Karen
Correct.
thought it was him cheating. It was not. She got upset. She felt bad about it. She tried to pay for Marietta's room through Laura Sullivan, and they moved on, right? No.
Right. No.
Because Karen, after admitting, and this is the facts, that John did not cheat, what was the first message she sent Higgins on January 12th, 2022? By the way, that date is not a coincidence. Did you know that was the date that KF and PF's father passed away? Maybe really? Karen wasn't I said I'm going to say some things people aren't going to like. Maybe Karen wasn't the center of attention that day. Maybe Karen didn't like the hug in Aruba. Maybe Karen texted Brian Higgins that John cheated on her in Aruba, which was a lie. And so Higgins started talking to Karen under the impression John and her's relationship was over, because
that's very
John
possible. I agree with you. It's all very possible.
So there was kind of a fight because they were separating. But as you know, on the day of the 28th, they were reconciling, kind of. Those texts show Karen wanted to come over. There was a blizzard. She was talking about a plumber, et cetera, et cetera. They meet up. They go to CF McCarthy's and then the waterfall, as we all know. Who's in that car at 12, whatever it is, as they're driving over from 12, whatever, till they get to Fairview? Who's in the car? It's Karen and John. Now, John and Karen are very respectful humans. They have high-profile jobs. They're professional. They're blue bloods. They're not going to fight in public. Mm-hmm. But in that car, okay, maybe they were arguing. And maybe we need to, this is my other theory, maybe we need to think about Christina Kolokakis. Why? Because who was not invited back to Jen McCabe's that night? Christina Kolokakis. Who was? Karen, who had never been there before. Almost like a fresh meat situation. All right, now we're
not only invited there, John, but Karen, if you recall, Jen wanted Karen to ride with her to the house.
Sure. And now you have a fresh meat situation. Okay. Karen probably wasn't comfortable with that. Was John? I don't know. Not my business. Back in the days, you know, Air Force pilots, before we really fine-tuned in World War II how to protect them, the rate of death was 40% or more.
Very high.
So if you were an Air Force pilot, you're going to leave your family with your death benefits and that's it? No. You might be inclined to maybe meet with other airmen and form communal families. So if you don't come back, they get taken on. Who do you think also might have adapted that culture? Other professions with high risk of death, like police officers, firefighters, etc. Okay, so now you have a situation where John and Karen are kind of on the rocks, but like, you know, they're still talking. And maybe maybe the real reason Karen didn't want to go in that night was she was uncomfortable with the reputation of the people in that house and what they did. Maybe John was more comfortable going in. the word pervert in the 12:37 a.m. voicemail now makes a lot more sense.
Yes.
It was now the other thing though is, and this is again, people aren't going to like it, the data from the chip off. Let's talk about Maggie Gaffney. All right. Maggie Gaffney was the tech expert who in the first trial did the chip off of Karen's Lexus infotainment system. For some reason, she only managed to get one of 3 boards. What did we find out in the second trial when all 3 boards were extracted? Well, we got the actual telemetric data from what happened at 12. Oh, goodness, I want to say the event started around 12:24 a.m., right around 12:23 into 12:24.
Right.
Karen at 70, Karen moved forward however many feet, 24 or so, and then accelerated backwards with 75% on the accelerator and went backwards a total of 64 feet. Now, did she intend to hit John when she was backing up? No. Is it very possible they were fighting and something happened in that moment? Yes. Did John's cell phone never leave the lawn after that specific moment, 12:32 and 16 seconds, when the backup event was at 12:32 and 09 seconds? No, it never moved. So
wait, there's one thing it did do, and we know this from trial 2. There was a weird instance, and Garino spoke of it, and we can pull that up. I have that testimony saved, not tonight, but we'll pull it up another night, that the cell phone like spread out, and it spread out towards the house, and then it did some really funky things, almost as if the phone was like flew out of his hand. So think about it. Let's just play devil's advocate here with you for a minute. If he got out of that car and walked towards the house and Higgins was outside the garage, and think about what was going on at the waterfall. Think about those exchanges that many people just want to write that off as boys being boys, guys being silly in a bar and faking they want to fight. Sure, that's fine. You can do that with Brian Albert and Brian Higgins. But what was going on psychologically between John and Higgins in the very end there, where John was up by the bar and he was paying his bill and Higgins is pointing at him and Chris Albert is like trying to get his arm down. That is not normal behavior. That is not boys being boys. And then John does this little dance, like kind of like this, like, okay, yeah, you want some of me? Come on, you want some of me? Yeah. I have seen this, Grant. I have seen this go down in bar after bar on college campuses. Alcohol and testosterone do not mix. Alcohol, testosterone, and the same woman really do not mix. So you've got a mix of all of that going on. They're in the same bar at the same time. Now they're being invited back to an after bar party on a snowy, blizzardy night where no one should have been doing that. They all should have been going home. That is it. There is something nefarious that went on there, that if Higgins was outside the garage and he was pissed and John was ready to roll, you could see it in his footsteps just minutes before. You're talking 5 to 7 minutes before this. And a punch, they each laid a punch on each other, and John fell backwards and hit his head on something and caused that really catastrophic head injury. You have to at least try, some of you have to try to put yourselves in the middle. You don't know Karen Reed. I don't care if you don't like her. I don't care if you wouldn't be friends with her in real life. You don't know John O'Keefe either. Most of you did not grow up with these people. They're not your friends. They're not your family. You have to separate yourself at this point and look at 2 trials worth of evidence and look at what could have happened. Could she have hit him with a car? Okay. Could he have been in a fight with Brian Albert and Brian Higgins? A quick fight that cost him to lose his life because of a head injury? Yes. You have to be able to consider both these. Now, in the grand scheme of things, Karen was found not guilty by her peers after a second trial. So she is never going to go back to trial. If indeed those of you that believe she hit him with their car, if that is somehow proven at some point in time, which I feel it can't be because it didn't happen. And if it is proven that Brian Higgins and Brian Albert fought with John and he was mortally wounded and they panicked and they covered it up and they called Berkowitz and they were talking to each other in the middle of the night, you have to at least consider that that's not a wild conspiracy theory. If you knew what I saw as a police officer with bar fights that involved drunk men, and especially drunk men over a woman, you would be able to maybe understand a little better. So the point of why Grant and I wanted to meet and converse and continue to do this is because I respect your opinions. I respect why you think he was hit by a car. It's the first logical conclusion. And I respect Grant as a journalist and as someone who is dedicated 3 years of his life to this. But I also would appreciate your respect that I saw a lot of this go on in the line of duty. I also have friends that are still police officers who absolutely agree with me that John was in a fight. So we are here to show that two adults, myself and Grant, have opposing opinions on how John O'Keefe died, but we can rationally talk through the evidence. We can rationally speak about it. We can rationally allow his chat, my friend zone, to talk about it and hash it all out. But at the end of the day, he is gone. He has been deceased. He's in heaven. He wants us to remember what our hashtag is: my life mattered. So we have to continue to advocate for him, because nobody is in jail. Nobody is going to be in jail unless we can somehow or another prove what many of us, we meaning the community that believes he was struck in the face and hit his head, that's what happened. If we can't prove that, then there will be no justice for John O'Keefe per se, because Karen is not going back to trial. And if we can't figure it out and we can't arrest someone based on the evidence, then there will be no other arrests. And this will be a very sad and frustrating journey for many of you, because you're not going to get what you want out of it. And if you meet some of the other families that I'm working with, if you join me on some Wednesday nights now, it's not always possible. That's why we also use our hashtag Just Us that my dear mother used for many years when she would answer the phone, because there's not always going to be justice. But sometimes we can get enough answers. We can talk about it. We can vent it out together, and we can find coping mechanisms for the family members to move on, somehow to move on. Their family members would want them to continue to live their life. So many family members, Grant, get so caught up in the grief of their case not being solved and nobody being in jail that they can't live their lives. And it causes divorce. It causes fractions amongst family members. People don't speak to each other anymore. I don't think a lot of you that follow true crime and that are advocates now realize how a homicide affects an entire family and even friends, and especially if it's unsolved. Unsolved is the absolute worst. So all we can do here on Friday Night Lies is talk about what happened, talk about the evidence, talk about all of the chart that Grant has made that helps us understand all of this, continue to advocate for Sandra Birchmore and now Anna Walsh and John O'Keefe, and we can continue to hash this out, right, Grant?
Yeah, and let's dive in. I thought that was very helpful, but let's dive into the evidence, because I thought where we started was actually going to be important. So I think triangulation is the first thing to understand. So as you know, when you're looking at digital pings from a cell, you're not actually getting a ping. What you're doing is you're getting the nearest cell phone towers, okay, to the cell phone, creating a triangulated radius that goes out in 3 rings. The display of the 3 rings is not the location of the phone per se. It is the distance of the accuracy of the pings. One cell phone triangulation might have a radius of 10 meters. One might have 20, one might have 30. Another point about the phone. So there is aberrant data from the phone during the car ride from before 12:24 when they arrived. Remember, Karen and John sit outside Fairview from 12:24 to 12:31 in the car alone. The phone at 12:22 or 12:23 went up 3 flights of stairs, quote unquote. It was actually 30 feet, and down in 3 seconds. 1, humans can't climb stairs that fast. 2, he was just in the phone. They went up a hill. So negating all of that, okay, we just have a situation. We have a situation with an overcharge. That's where I agree with the 4-person. So if we have an overcharge, what if the question here in all of this is not what happened outside the house, but what happened inside the house, not involving John? And what did the people in the house see and when? And did they get worried that if they called the police at that moment, whatever they were doing in the house would become the center of public discussion? That, to me, makes a lot of sense. And what would Karen have known in her head this whole time? Hey, these people, they got these connections. Okay, this is no joke. They are worried about what they were doing in there. And by the way, the one thing I know I said Karen was very smart. Do not underestimate Karen Reed. Let's be direct. The trial's over. Karen Reed was around cops for a long time. What do you learn if you're around cops for a long time? How investigations are done, how probable cause is built. Who do you think deleted the ring videos from 12:37 a.m. until 5:07 a.m. Conveniently, 17 of those 18 ring videos, except for the one where Karen bumped into John's car, which now is conveniently central to her civil and was central to her criminal defense. Karen is so smart that
I
in
don't
real
agree
time,
with you though. I don't agree with
I,
you there. I don't think so.
I know, but she's KF testified about it. I was in the courtroom. Only 2 people had access to that ring. Now she's smart enough. I truly believe Karen Reed is smart enough to have accessed that ring in a way that left no logs and deleted those videos. If she did that, she single-handedly is responsible for why she was not convicted. Not David Unetti, not Alan Jackson.
Let's talk about this because this is a good point. And I agree with you. It's possible. Yes, anything's possible in this case. This case is so deep and convoluted and has so many layers. Anything is absolutely possible, which is why we have 2 competing sides that have been arguing and debating, not always so kindly, on Twitter X for 3 years. What happened to the ring camera footage from the library? Karen Reed would have no access to that. She would have no way to delete her car driving by the library. So if we have evidence that video is being deleted or manipulated, then it's more unlikely that it was being deleted and manipulated by the cops. Not
well,
by Karen.
but what is the yes, but you got to think of the adverse inference, right? So when evidence, I'm not a lawyer, this is not legal advice. Well, as you know, when evidence is not available, if there is constructive evidence that evidence was deleted, there's an adverse inference against the party. Okay, who stands the most to benefit from the ring video of Karen driving back from Fairview and arriving around whatever it was, 12:37? Okay, that's exactly when she got back to John's because she hooked up to his Wi-Fi at One Meadows Ave. We know that. That video only hurts Karen because if her taillight's broken in that video, game, no case. No debate. It all ends there. But that's gone. Now, the other thing that's
I agree with you. I agree with you completely. But the other problem is there's the other video of the taillight where it does not appear to be broken or fractured or cracked or anything. There's other video of that. And people have disputed that. Now, Boozy Beauty had a great, let me see if I can find it. Well, I'll look for it while we're talking, but she had a great post about the taillight because most of us have no clue how taillights are made. What's white? What's a diffuser? Does the white show if it's broken? Is it red showing? She made a great post. I'm going to try to find it because she's very into this. I don't know if you guys follow her at all on Twitter X, but she is very smart. She's into this case through and through. She has live streamed with John Camo. I believe she lives in Boston, but I know she knows this case like through and through and through. So shout out to you, Boozy Beauty, for all of your amazing Twitter X posts. And I believe you're on Twitter. I am not on TikTok. I'm not. I wish I was sometimes because a lot of you are super talented and you make a lot of great content for both arguments and you put it on TikTok, which I don't ever see. And I'm mad about that. But I just can't bring myself to go on one more form of social media. I'll look for that while Grant and I are still talking this out. But remember now, we've got a lot of problems with video in this case, Grant. We've got crazy shit going on in the Sally Port. We've got bizarre ghosting of images appearing and not appearing. And now we're seeing with the Brian Walsh case, we're seeing what actual video of a vehicle looks like and how clear it is and how perfect it is.
Yeah. But did you notice in the Walsh case, I was watching, they also had timestamp errors. Okay. You didn't see massive posts about that, but they did.
Yeah, that stuff can happen.
And my point is only that as much as you're right about the video footage, I want to tie it back to a few things. One, the timeline, right? What was Karen doing? What was her movements, right? Where did she go? She got to Jen McCabe's at 5:35, but she's on John's ring camera leaving at 5:07. I've been to Canton. I did the drive from 34 Fairview to One Meadows Ave. It takes 5 minutes. Okay, if you go a certain way, I know the path. I have it memorized.
I've done it on GPS.
No. So Fairview's on.
You've actually driven it. I appreciate that. Yes.
Yeah, and I'll tell you exactly how you do it. Fairview's on your left. You drive straight on the road. You come up to this bend. There's a light. You take a left. You go through 2 lights. You take a right at the second left. You drive straight. You go through an intersection. Meadows Ave is on your right. Now, The other thing is Jen McCabe's house. So if you're taking us back to the first step of that trip, Jen McCabe's house is probably a mile up the road from 34 Fairview. You just don't take a right from John's. You just keep going straight after you take the initial left onto the main drag. You go about a mile up. Jen McCabe's is there. The travel time from One Meadows Ave to Jen McCabe's is about 7 minutes if you go the direct way. You know, it takes about 25 minutes if you went, and Karen's on camera, remember, at 5:11 go at the library. There is video of that, her Lexus. There's video of her at 5:18 over by the train station near the Temple Bethel heading towards the area of Fairview. You know, it takes 25 minutes going from John O'Keefe's house to Canton Center to 34 Fairview to Jen McCabe's. But again, I want to reemphasize to people, whatever Karen did, don't miss the forest through the trees, because the actions of Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts and all of these people, whatever they were worried about, we're never going to get in their heads, but they didn't act in a way that they would, that a person would act in light of their friend having been found on a lawn. But whether it was about John or not, you got to remember, Matt and Jen McCabe, they left that house that night at 1:30 with Julie Nagel to drive her home. Why? Okay. Furthermore, what exactly caused them to bring?
And that's a good point. There, see, this is what's so interesting about talking through this case from point A to point B. That's why I wanted to make my list of 100 missteps, because for every misstep, you can combat that. Those of you that believe that she hit him with the car, and you can get us all to look at it a different way, which is good. But I also want you to look at it from my perspective about these missteps and how crucial they are, because Julie Nagel texted her brother, correct? Ricky? I mean,
right,
Ricky was
Ryan Nagel. Ryan,
Nagel.
And we got to remember there's two different Julie Nagel timelines. There's the Julie Nagel being at the house and then her brother coming to pick her up, her not wanting to be picked up, which is coincidentally
there's lies involved there. Okay, just so you guys understand this, there are most certainly lies weaved in their little story. Why? We don't know for sure. Were they dropping off drugs? Maybe. Yeah, something was going on. Why would Julie Nagel text her brother to come when he's not even driving himself? It's his friend's truck. They're out partying, they're out having fun. Come and get me. I'm ready to go home, but I'm not bringing Sarah Levinson with me. I'm going to leave Sarah Levinson here. And how's Sarah Levinson's going to get home, right? Because you're looking at logic now. These are friends. These are kids. They're still kids. They're late 20s. They're kids to me. I'm 62, but they're young adults. In most cases, the 1 + 1 = 2 isn't adding up here. Okay, if you're going to have your brother come get you, you're telling us this on the stand under oath, then why isn't Sarah Levinson going home with you? It's late. It's a snow. It's going to be a blizzard. Who's going to take Sarah Levinson home? You're just going to go and leave her there and get in the truck with Ricky. But then, nope, just seconds later, she changes her mind. Oh, I don't need a ride anymore. Even though, you're here now, I'll come out and talk to you. And let's not forget, these 3 young adults have zero reason to lie. They have zero reason to lie. They weren't invited to this after party. They weren't inside the after party. They were in their own little world until Julie texted them to come there. So they had zero reason to lie unless they were told by someone else to leave something out. I don't believe that any of them actually lied, but there's definitely problems with the weaving of what they did with Julie prior and how she got to 34 Fairview and why they even came there. Is it possible that they were there to drop some party items off for Julie, that they were never coming to pick her up? Because I don't believe they were ever coming to pick her up, but they did come, and they testified that they saw what looked like a black SUV with a woman with long hair and what looked to be a man in the passenger seat. They met at the crossroads, as we say, and they testified that they let her turn in front of them. So that puts Karen Reed arriving at 34 Fairview before Ricky and the kids in the truck. And then it can't be that long that they're behind him. If you think about it, if you let someone turn in front of you and you're going the same direction, how much ahead of them would you be? Seconds.
Well, they followed them, and what happened was, so it's Crescent. I believe they turned off of Crescent or something onto Fairview, and what happened was Fairview was on their right. Karen's driving towards 34 Fairview. The house is on the right. She pulls up at the driveway. stops. She's like blocking the driveway. She then sees the car behind her, so she pulls up. This is between 12:24 and 12:31. She's then pulled up like near the hydrant, okay, in the flagpole.
Not that far yet, though, Grant. No, she's not all the way to the hydrant yet, because if we want to believe Jen McCabe, she moved her car 3 times. So we can't just dismiss Jen McCabe's testimony, even though I would love to. We can't, because Jen McCabe has it all down to a science in trial 1, and then she changes her little tune a little bit. Now, what would be really intriguing is that if you and I work this out, come here, Tanner. Come here, Tanner. You're okay. If you and I work this out, and I'll both between the two of us, we can pull up the clips of the testimony, because then it really helps us all to really to hear all this in real time of her testimony, of her timeline of, I texted John, boom, and I saw Karen do boom, and I texted John, boom, and I saw Karen do boom. So that all aligns with Ricky and the Ryan.
So they're there from 12:24 until 12:31, which means and I think Karen has also said in an interview she saw the headlights, so we know that other car was there. Now, however many times she moved, the point is Karen moved up, and behind her was Ryan Nagel. This is Karen and John clearly aren't paying attention to that. Ryan and Nagel and them aren't paying attention to Karen and John. Ryan Nagel and
Karen
them
is definitely paying attention to that there's a car behind her, though, because
of course, because she moves
you're
up.
in your vehicle, there's headlights in your back.
Sure.
And the kids saw Karen's car, but what didn't they see, Grant? What didn't the kids see?
Well, it depends on whose testimony you listen to, and this part does get intricate because, first of all, there was a interior dome light on. Now, when Ryan Nagel or the driver or whoever, because remember the girl, whoever was with them, I think there was 3 people. One was in the back seat, 2 in the front.
Heather Maxson, the girlfriend of Ryan Nagel at the time.
Heather Max, right. So 2 of them were in the front. 1 of them was in the back. As they drive by initially, remember, they see Karen head on or whatever it is, and they let her go. So they don't actually really see in the car. One person, when they drive by initially, says he saw, I think it was Ryan Nagel, says he saw one figure in the car. This might be the other way around. Then another person, it was either the passenger or the person in the back, said, no, I couldn't make it out, but I saw 2 figures in the car. But this was sometime between 12:25 and 12:30.
We're going to have to go back, and I really think we're going to have to listen to that, though. I don't recall anybody ever seeing John, period, in the car.
No, not John, not John. I want to be very clear. The testimony was not, I saw John O'Keefe. It was, I saw 2 figures, which is different than the person who said, I saw one woman in the driver's seat, hands 10 and 2. Not the same testimony. Now, does that mean that they said they saw a man? No, they just said they saw 2 figures.
Well,
but that's the point.
We definitely have to pull up this testimony, because to me, this is such a huge part of this case, regardless of what side of the aisle you're on. This is a huge part of this case, because Heather testified that she saw a woman in the driver's seat. She didn't see anybody in the passenger seat. The dome light was on, and in the second trial, yes, did she come to the stand in the second trial? Yes.
She did come to the stand, yes.
Yes, in the second trial, and I want to pull it up because I don't want to say it wrong. She says something that gave me the chills, because it was so clear that she was telling the truth, and it was such a great statement she made about how she always checks out her surroundings when she's riding the back seat. And most of us do that, especially if we're leaving a property. And so for her to be so clear on what she saw, it was more, her testimony was even better the second time around than it was the first time around. So I think it would be very, very great for all of our subscribers to go back and listen to the testimony of Ricky, Heather, and Ryan. I think it's very important. And remember what I was saying, and we're coming back around to that.
So we do have a challenge here from Karma 88. So it's actually Karma Dharma 88.
I want to read all of our chats too, by the way. I want to take a break a minute. I've been showing them up on my end, but I know you're getting stuff too, and so I want to just read some of them.
Please do, but I don't want to forget this point, which is they say,
finish your point.
And we might have to actually bring up the clip. This is what we should do to figure it out, because this is how debate works. It's great. I like this. They said, Heather actually testified, Heather Maxon, that she saw a man or someone there were two figures. So now we have to look at Heather Maxon's testimony about this, because and another thing I wanted to point out before, I know you wanted to read some comments, and I'll be quiet after this for a little bit.
No, I
But
want to hear if you have any comments too.
Yep. And so there's Heather Maxon in the backseat. I don't believe anyone is like misrepresenting anything. I think it's about angle of vision. And as you know, different people see the same event different ways. One, because that's how our eyes work. Two, because we're all doing different things. I believe, though, that there were different testimony. Whatever we end up finding out, I believe that there were different testimony about the number of figures in the car, not because anyone was misrepresenting anything, but because that's what people saw and remembered. But I do want to now find out if we're right.
Something super important, and I can interject this because it's on my list. How long did it take for the Massachusetts State Police to interview potential witnesses in the house and outside the house? How long? Do you know?
So well, did you say, hold on, there's an important caveat to that. Did you say
Yes.
how long did it take the state police?
Any police. How long did it take? Because
I believe there was an initial conversation in the kitchen that morning. Now,
but that didn't include Heather, Ricky,
sure,
Ryan, Julie Nagel, Sarah Levinson, Caitlin Albert, Allie McCabe. We're talking about 7 humans who, in my opinion, if you're going to count all these other family members and you're going to call them witnesses, these 7 people were witnesses. They were either in the house at the party or they were in the truck supposedly picking up Julie Nagel. How do you wait 18 months to interview these people?
Oh, this is something else I want to talk about, and I think your viewers will like this. My viewers won't like it as much, but that's what you deal with. See what I mean? It gets in very a little bit.
It's exactly. Okay. I still like you, Grant, and I appreciate Julie, craziest person on earth, never giving up on you and continually asking me to watch your channel and to give you a chance, because I've been honest with you, Grant, and I don't know if our viewers know this, but you and I have chatted about it. When I saw you eating dinner with Kate Peters and Lindsay and all these, I was like, what is
Wait. No. Listen, I will be accused of a lot of things. I will be accused of being in a Chick-fil-A parking lot with Kate Peter. I will be accused of telling Kate Peter to go F herself to her face and then telling her that she is a piece of S. But I will not be accused of eating dinner with Kate Peter. I never did it. It would never fucking happen.
Okay,
absolutely
but
not.
Did you get
she was soda? Not in that picture. No, she was not in that picture.
Were you photoshopped into that picture?
There is no chance that Kate Peter and I have shared a meal together. That would be a violation of towel law. It would be an insult to the Bible, and I would never forgive myself. No, it is false.
Okay, I'm going to believe you, but I'm just going to tell you, what I thought I saw was you, Lindsay, and Kate at a table in a bar or a restaurant. Maybe you weren't eating dinner, but I thought I saw you with these ladies, and I was like, shoot, I've been trying to watch his channel. I've been trying to give him the benefit out because I like this guy. I like his journalism, but what is he doing with these women? Because I'm sorry.
Oh, hold on. I know who that was. Just to clarify, I don't mean to jump in, but keep up with your story. I know who it was. That picture, first of all, that was taken by Christy Citroni before anyone really realized what the hell she was up to. From left to right, that is me, from the viewers left to right. Me, Lindsay, Twisted Tragedies, God help her soul, and then Julie Ginto. Kate Peter is definitely not. Oh God, no! I would have ran the other way and flipped her off.
She posted it though, so then I apologize because she posted it. That's where I saw it, and I thought you were with her then as well. I made a bad assumption then, so I apologize. But weren't you not at one point friendly with Kate Peters?
No, so I think like the fog of war is apropos here. Robert McNamara famously in his great series, book series on the Vietnam War, he was defense secretary for like 6 presidents too. He famously said there's what we know, what we know we don't know, and what we don't know we don't know. All right, well, in that context, there was the fog of war. Now, I pick it up very quickly. Like, I don't need to do a lie detector test. One, that's just psychological profiling. I can just read your vibe, like through a computer. So you're either telling me the truth or not. Kate Peter, from the beginning, I was like, what the hell is up with this woman? And then, of course, like I was amiable to the extent that I was not just going to immediately assume she was some secret private agent, private eye working with Tully to use Lindsay as a distraction and torment her. And then, no, I just wanted to know what was happening. I gave her the same grace I would give anyone else until I had a reason not to. But yeah, no, never friendly, always weary. And then immediately my suspicions were confirmed.
Thank you for telling me that. But I just wanted you to know, from my total transparency, is that so let me, first of all, Real, thanks for being here tonight. I appreciate you. I haven't met you before. Haven't seen you in my chat before, but thank you so much. I get where you're coming from. I understand you have an opinion on this, and it's soul wrenching. These two opinions that we all have about this case, but I do also need you. I mean, I think you're telling me I'm drinking the tea, I'm being manipulated. I am not. Everyone who knows me, and I got friends who come to my channel, and I've got people that go way back to high school. I am not a manipulative. I'm not easily manipulated. And I'm certainly not easy. I don't drink anybody's tea. I never drink the tea. I study, I research, I learn, I watch. And Grant knows that I never went to the Sean on the Gulf side. I never went to the Turtle side. I have taken shit for it. I have been harassed by Jason Broyles. Hi, Jason. I have been harassed by Miss Shorty, by Aussie Insider, by other turtles, by other Sean and the Golfers. I've been stabbed in the back, all in a year and a half. And I didn't want any of that. I am retired. I advocate for victims of domestic violence homicide on Wednesdays and through the week. And I work with families on the ground and in person. I did not need to interject myself into Karen Reed and John O'Keefe, but I wanted to. So I take it. I've taken it all because I wanted to, because I truly believe that John O'Keefe deserves justice. And I'm sorry to you and to the Towels, but there is no way in hell that John O'Keefe was hit by a car. I was a police officer on the ground, in the community, in a squad car. I've seen stuff, okay? I'm also 62. I've seen stuff in real life just from being a human like all of you. I'm telling you that you've got nefarious things going on here. You've got dirty cops. You've got a lot of crap. So for whatever reason that you are choosing to, if you're friends with the family, I get it. I understand the family has, they're gonna die on the hill that Karen Reed hit their child, hit their son, Mrs. O'Keefe. I'm so sorry. I've never said one bad word about you or your husband or your family. I said a few bad things about Paul O'Keefe because, come on, I mean, his behavior was stupidity at the best and testosterone overload at the worst. I have never said a bad thing about Mrs. O'Keefe. I feel for her. I'm heartsick for her, but I am not ever, none of your comments or anything you say about me or any negativity, I've taken it all on Twitter X and Facebook from both sides. I have my own opinion. It's based on research. It's based on what I observed as a police officer, what I actually did as a police officer, calls that I have taken. And that's how I came to my opinion. And if it is ever proven that I am wrong, if it's ever proven that Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe with her SUV, I will be the very first live streamer to go live and say, I'm sorry. I was fooled. I guess my research wasn't as good as I thought. But I'm telling you, I don't believe that can ever happen because there's just nothing that makes sense to me in this case. And more of it is nefarious. And my list of 100 reasons how the cops fucked this up, sorry to swear, YouTube, I think you'll appreciate it. And if we get to meet again with the head towel, I'd like to go through this list with you. And then we can have testimony to either back up my list or contradict my list, whatever you need.
Hold on, I got to jump in. Jump in.
Jump in.
No, I have our answer. 11:48 a.m., May 15th, 2024, to be precise. Alan Jackson, this is my transcript. I know this is accurate. Alan Jackson on Cross asks if Heather Maxson saw a female driver and male passenger in Karen's car. Answer: yes, as the turn onto Fairview Road happened.
Oh, yes, I agree. As the turn happened. Absolutely, I agree with that. Yes, 100%.
Okay. All right. So then the question is, do we hear further testimony about whether people, when the three people without Julie Nagel were leaving, did any one of those three see two people again? We know that they one person saw two people once.
I don't believe they did. I believe that's the only time they saw two people is on that turn. Now, again, I could be wrong because there's so much testimony in my head. And for those of you towels that don't know, I was not covering Karen Reed, John O'Keefe from August until January. I was mentioning it. I was talking about it here and there, but I was just doing domestic violence homicide. Then I decided that's it. I want to cover this. So I started Friday Night Lies because of my love of Friday Night Football. So that was in January. And so the way I decided to do it was to go over the testimony witness by witness and just nail it down, show you why I believe that person was being nefarious or why they were lying or why they were telling a half truth with my experience. And I brought guests on and I had guest hosts and we had Julie on for many, many months. She was fantastic. And I fucked it up because I had a bad night and I've apologized 1,000 times, but sometimes if you fuck up, people don't have to forgive you. And I understand that. And I am always willing to say when I screw up and when I've made a mistake. And I did. So again, I love Julie. I think she's wonderful. I understand that she brought you and me together, which I appreciate so much. But listen, guys, this is what I want to do with you all. I want to go over this 100 missteps that were made in the death investigation of John O'Keefe, because this is all that it's really about. It's about the death of John O'Keefe. Another human being died, and there's no justice right now. There's no one in jail right now. And I want to go over it. And I can bring up the clips of any of these witnesses that we want to, because I have them all in my library from going over every witness from January all the way through the second trial start in April. And we can do this because I think this is awesome. This is true debate. This is true respectful discord, even though you're getting a little dicey in the chat over there. And I don't know what's happening on your end, but I don't mind. You guys do it. You be you in the friend zone. Grant and I will be us. We're going to always be respectful, always kind. We may disagree. We may interrupt each other sometimes because that's what happens because we're live streaming and we get excited. And I'm passionate about justice for John O'Keefe. Grant is passionate about justice for John O'Keefe. So we're just trying to figure out how to get back in the middle somewhere where we can actually both maybe say, yeah, I get what you're saying here, but what about this? And yeah, you're right. I get that. And I like when Grant says, my towels may not like this. And I can say, my social change warriors, my justice seekers, might not like this, because I can sometimes see where you are coming from and why you do believe, because Karen Reed was her own worst enemy. She yacked too much. She talked too much. Julie spoke on this many times on our live streams, that Karen Reed needed to shut her fucking mouth, that she never did herself any justice by talking. And never in the history of murder cases do you ever want, and I'm not a lawyer, but as a cop even, I always, the first thing you do when you arrest someone, you read them their rights. You tell them that they are entitled to an attorney. And in a way, you're basically saying, shut the fuck up. Don't say a word to me. I'm a cop, and anything you say to me can be used against you in a court of law. Make your phone call, get your lawyer. And I don't know what the hell Karen Reed was thinking of doing all those interviews. I didn't agree with any of it. I thought it was stupid as hell. And if she does happen to ever watch my show, she knows that I believe she's innocent, but I also believe she was stupid and should have never done those interviews. And you brought up a lot of good points tonight, things that she said in these interviews. Grant has brought these up in your live streams. But remember, unless you've been a victim of tragedy, unless you've actually survived something super tragic, you can't really understand what happens to the mental psychosis. You can't really understand what trauma is like and going through the 5 steps of grief. Has anybody in any live stream, Aiden, Sean on the Golf, Mazza Media, let's name them all, LTL, who else do we got out there I'm missing? Tom and Boston, who's he with? His buddy.
Boston Mike.
Has any live streamer ever once for a second considered the grief that not just Peggy O'Keefe and the O'Keefe family went through, but what Karen went through? And her parents, they knew John. They liked him. He died that morning at 34 Fairview, whether it was up by the house or by the fucking flagpole. I don't really care, but he died on the property of 34 Fairview. Was 34 Fairview ever searched? The garage, the house, evidence? Nope. Never done. Was the scene secured to protect where a homicide victim lay? Nope. Never done. Blame it on the snow. Oh, please, guys.
Well, they did try. I mean, you could say blame it on the snow.
No.
I know you're in worse weather, but they did. There wasn't.
No,
they tried to tie. But they tried. You can say it's not a good attempt, but they tried to tie police tape to the tree. It blew off. So you're right. They did not secure the scene, but they tried.
What's the alternative? You have a dead cop on the lawn of another cop. It doesn't get any worse than that, Grant. It doesn't. Okay. So I put myself through this all the time ever since I become addicted to this case. If this had happened in Wisconsin, same time of year, we would have probably had the same kind of snowy conditions. I can't even tell you how many times me and my coworkers, and many of them worked much longer than I did, had to do duty in a snowstorm because it's Wisconsin. Okay. Snow happens. It's part of life. It's part of your weather pattern wherever you live. Rain happens, sleet happens, ice happens. That's why we commend the post office, because they deliver through rain, sleet, snow, ice. Cops work in rain, sleet, snow, and ice. Firefighters, EMS. That's what we do. We're trained.
Alaska has police. And by the way, you can say no to this because I know where your brain's going to go. But do you know what the most common law enforcement tool, not most common, but a very useful law enforcement tool is in Alaska for processing a crime scene involving blood? I have the study. You know what I'm going to say.
You're going to tell me. And listen, if Julie is watching this, she's going to lose her fucking mind, because Julie did that awesome. And we'll pull up a clip of that if I can get her permission from when she lived with me. The leaf blower is the stupidest thing I've ever heard. And I lived in Wisconsin my whole life. I have plenty of friends who are cops. I'll start making phone calls today. I can call my friend Cindy, who became a detective, and she's going to tell you that's the stupidest fucking thing ever, to use a leaf blower and to not even have. And before you use a leaf blower, you haven't even set up a command center. You haven't secured the scene. You call other agencies in. You have a dead cop in a live cop's front yard. And not just any cop, Brian Albert, the cop from Boston, from the TV show. It doesn't get any crazier than this. You have to treat this a little differently. You treat all homicide victims with respect. But when you have something that's so out of the outer limits that this was, one cop from Boston dead on another cop who's been in a TV show's front lawn, who's also the brother of a selectman, and who's also the brother of a detective for the Canton Police Department, and you don't fucking call other agencies to secure your scene? You leave your fucking scene unsecured. Grant, it's egregious. It's beyond.
Well, there were cars. I think we have to be. So I do want to get into the investigation. By the way, we can keep going because I had a second coffee, but I have to get water after this response. So I'll let you talk after I say this. All right.
You've had an 8-hour day. Just you call it at any time, because we're going to continue this. We've had an amazing friend zone tonight. I appreciate all of them. And when you're done with this point, I've been putting all their chats up, but I want to read some of them out loud too, because they've all both sides, towel side, and she hit him with the car side, and she didn't hit him with the car side, have all been active tonight in the live chat. And I appreciate you all so much, because you're all smart people. You all have amazing brains to wrap your heads around all of this. You all deserve respect for your opinions, 100%. I get very upset about this because I was there in the line of duty. I respect completely what John and Brian Albert and Brian Higgins and Detective, all of the police, I respect them. But if they're lying, if they're dirty cops, I don't respect them. So I get very up in my feelings about this case. I do in all the domestic violence cases I work with too, but this one hits me in a different way. Even though I'm not from Massachusetts, it hits all of you because it's your own home, it's your own backyard, and you know some of these people, you're friends with some of these people. I get it. I totally get it.
Yep. And I think that's, and I by all means, keep going, and I'll let you read the chats, but there's something to be said about the social networks in all of this. And then there's also something to be said about the investigation. A lot of people inductively go right from, oh, this investigation had a lot of issues, to therefore it's about John. Now, I'm not saying at all that this was not related to John O'Keefe's passing. That was obviously the spark. But we just have to think about the variables that would make investigators that had long-standing ties to this specific group of people act in a weird way. And if we think of John O'Keefe's death as one component of what they were thinking about, then this vitriol all drops away. Look at the people trying to divide Karen Reed and Turtle Boy. Who wins from that? Kate Peter and the state. right? Look at the people trying to obfuscate a lot of this.
Ultimately, no one wins though, right? Because
well, yes, but the state wins.
what does
If
Kate
her,
Peter win though? What does she win? Her
because the
involvement in
very
this is insane.
yeah, but I'll tell you exactly what was going on. I have to get water after this because I have dry mouth. But I want to tell you, this is what I think, and this is such a good point as a cliffhanger. Bring me back to this when I come back.
Okay.
Kate Peter, think about it. Marty Kraft's the PI, okay? Marty Kraft, when Michael Morrissey recuses from the Turtle Boy cases in October of 2023, the only person that can really middleman with enough knowledge is Kate Peter. Kate Peter, as we now know from all this new discovery, by the way, pin in this, I wanted to stay a little longer if you don't mind, because after we get through some of the case details about O'Keefe and Reed, I would love to talk about today's Turtle Boy developments. But Morrissey recuses, Ken Mello comes on. Kate Peter's basically giving Ken Mello advice on how to coordinate the cases against Turtle Boy. Okay, well, what if Kate Peter and Michael Morrissey were always thinking, we're not really going to take Aidan Kearney to trial. We just got to end this attention on, Jen McCabe and our friends. All right, get him in jail, get some kind of order so that he can't attend the trial. Now, Lindsay doesn't know about this plan, so now I'm winning honeypot. But Kate, if you think about it that way, what's the X factor in this? If they compromise the evidence, remember, Kate Peter deleted evidence from her drive, Google Drive, that Brian Tully submitted to the grand jury in Kearney's cases and then didn't save. All right, Brian Tully just played it. Why would Kate Peter be and Brian Tully be? You know the rules of evidence, obviously, and we can talk more about it. You cannot do that. If you are going to charge someone, you must have a chain of custody. It must be preserved, and they didn't do that. Why? Because they were never going to bring Turtle Boy to trial. It was a pressure tactic to get him to.
They didn't think they'd ever get caught. So they weren't concerned about deleting it at the time. You're exactly right about that. I agree with this theory.
Oh, yes, I agree. They also never thought they'd get caught. That's why Lindsay Gattani is such. I mean, people want to say what they want to say. Look, she's a hero in all this. She exposed for only the reasons of truth what these people were doing. And let me bring it full circle. If Kate Peter and the Norfolk DA's plan was to get Aidan Kearney to flip on Karen Reed via these charges, they were never going to bring him to trial. It was all a pressure tactic. And then that explains why Kate has all these little minions around her that she knows through her online Discord, throwing feces at the wall, literally in the online sphere. It's not Aidan Kearney that's responsible for the toxicity related to these cases. It's not Karen Reed. It is Kate Peter who amps up a lot of this noise, not only because she's trying to help her friends that were witnesses in the Reed trial that are connected and have friends, as opposed to some of the others that Kate uses as expendable, but also because if you create enough noise, then is anyone going to be able to see Sandra Birchmore's death for what it was in the cover-up? Is anyone going to be able to see what happened with the release of Lindsay's phone or whatever? Now, do people like Turtle Boy and whatever benefit from some of Kate's movements? Yes, and that's why I think people like Jason Broyles are not actually Turtle Boy fans or Karen Reed fans. They're Kate moles, and Kate knows that if Turtle Boy sees chaos out there that's benefiting him just a little bit, he'll ride with it, and that's how she can use people she calls her friends as expendable distractions to get her moles credibility with Turtle Boy's inner circle so that they'll get close to them. It looks like they're attacking Lindsay. Really, they're working for Kate. That's the grand unified theory, and I got to get some water.
Get some water. Thank you. That's wonderful. Yes, I agree with your theory. So yeah, go get your water. All right. Grant's towels and my social change warriors, all of us are justice seekers. I'm actually going to run to the ladies' room because Grant and I agreed we weren't going to go this long because he streamed 8 hours today and I'm old. So not really, but sort of. This is even though I'm a night owl, I can only last so long in a live stream, but we're having such an interesting debate and such an interesting chat with Grant. And he's so knowledgeable on this case that what he remembers is stunning. A lot of us know all the details and remember a lot because we've studied this case. Many of you have studied it back and forth and sideways as I have, and we remember a lot, but what he remembers is very stunning to me. And I appreciate it a lot. So I'm going to run for just 2 seconds. I'm looking for a clip I can play for you. I'm just going to pause for a second. I hope to find it I want to play a commercial break for you while we both get water and I use the bathroom. So hang on for just a second. I'll be right with you. I'm going to try to find you a humorous commercial break. I think I have it saved. I'm just going up to my main slide deck here where I'm pretty sure I saved it because this is the perfect time for it. I hope I saved it. Otherwise, I have to search for it after I get back from the bathroom if I didn't save it. I found it today and I'm like, oh my gosh, this is the commercial break that we need. Hopefully I can find it. I'm still looking for it, but I'm about to run to the bathroom and keep looking for it when I get back while Grant's talking. And I do want to read your comments out loud. I've been putting them up all along, but I also want to read them out loud. There it is. All right, I got it. So hang on a second. I'm going to share my screen with you here in a second. I'm going to pull up our commercial break. Hopefully this will give some of you a laugh on both sides of our aisle tonight. Let me pause it so I can go back and start it again. It is a 59 seconds. Okay, I'm trying to get it to pause right where I want. All right. I got to share the screen, so let me pop back in with y'all. I'm in the production room right now. Grant, I'm going to put up a little commercial break while I run to the ladies' room that I think you're all going to love. I'm just about to share my screen here. I found it today. I'm like, oh my God, this is a perfect commercial break for tonight. We can all get a kick out of it, regardless of what side of the aisle we're on. So let me play this for you guys. I'm running to the ladies, and I'll be right back. All right, let me see if I can, I got to remove that first. Let me remove all this other stuff. And then I should be able to put it up to the screen. Hang on a second. I just had to remove some stuff that I was working on first. Okay, we removed all that. Now I got to get it to come up. So hang on a second. Share screen. Okay. I think I can pull it up now. I laughed so hard when I saw this, Grant. I cried. I swear to God, I cried. So I hope I could get it to pop up here. All right. Did it pop up, Grant?
Yes.
Perfect. Is it Howie Carr?
Yes, I like Howie. He's funny.
All right. You're going to love this. Here's your commercial break while I run to the ladies' room.
Our live remote broadcast from 3 to 6 at JB Auto Care in Weymouth, Massachusetts. You can see me. You can get a copy of the book. You buy 2 copies of Mass Corruption. For the first 20 people, you will get a certificate for a free sub at Jersey Mike's. With each book sold, you will get a piece of taillight. And you know what? You can also see Karen Reed's SUV Lexus, the one she didn't kill John O'Keefe with. It's all been fixed up at JB Auto Care. It's in mint condition, at least on the outside. Pose for a selfie, come and see me, pose with a selfie with me, buy a book, get a free sub if you're one of the first 20 people. It's gonna be great. We're gonna be there from 2 to 6, and we'll be on the air from 3 to 6, broadcasting live. The Howie Carr Show.
That is, I don't know if you're still here. She might be on break, so I'll just.
I'm still here because
I love it.
Because I had to laugh. I didn't go to the bathroom yet because I was like, this is perfect. We have to show this.
I'm happy to talk a little bit about it. And, so obviously Howie and I may have our differences on this case, but I have been reading Howie Carr since I was a kid. Every day when I was a kid, we got the Herald and the Globe, and I would read them both. And Howie's style is the last vestige of quintessential Americana radio. You can think about the Boston Phoenix and the Dig and a lot of those publications and Barstool as the embodiment of, and TB Daily Sports, as the embodiment of the late 90s, early 2000s sort of boom in like local media in Boston. But you want to talk about the other than Dan Ray on WBZ Nightside 1030, you want to talk about the dean of local media in Massachusetts, and it is that man right there, Howie Carr. So Now, I don't know. I think I'm talking through our host break. So I will also say I appreciate the opportunity to be able to do this stream. I think this is a really interesting sort of colloquy. I'm still awake. I had a latte in the afternoon and a coffee. You might be saying, are you telling me you got up at 3 a.m, looked at the Nippon Index, and then immediately read Le Monde, and then read El País, and then read the BBC, and then read the New York Times, and then traced the Brian Walsh trial along with the development of the news cycle in the United States from 9 a.m. until 1, and then you broadcast the Turtle Boy hearing at 2:15, and then you took a break from 4 until now, and then you did this. Yes, but this is the last day you get me. You're getting a hyper marathon because you're not seeing me again until after my final. Sorry. So you get it through this dual stream. We're going to go as long as I can go and as long as our wonderful host wants to have me. Why? Because you want my digestion of the last week or whatever. I think it's called a digest, actually. You want my digest of the last week, the towel digest. You're going to get it now. I've had a lot of coffee. First of all, I tried to order an iced coffee earlier. I failed miserably and I ordered a latte. I didn't really know what a latte was. Okay. It's part of the autistic spectrum thing. I thought it was just coffee. It was not a coffee. Okay. That thing was like 17 shots of espresso. Then I was like, oh, I'll just get a large hot coffee to do this wonderful show. And now I'm very awake. So what are we going to do? We're going to talk when our wonderful host gets back about, maybe we'll wrap up the O'Keefe and Reed discussion. We have a lot. We'll have to do another show if we cannot. I would love to, and I think it would be helpful. Go through every evidentiary dispute. How interesting was it to debate Heather Maxon's testimony, only to find out it was an amalgamation of both our points? How quintessential, how great of a microcosm that is how that played out. So I just thought that I thought it was wonderful.
I agree with everything you just said. Absolutely.
Yes, I was also going to say we also have the opportunity to talk about the developments that I was there for today and we all watched in the Turtle Boy case. And then before we do that, I think a good sort of closing on the Reed and O'Keefe case is, and I know a lot of people watched it, but I guess my unique perspective on it all is that I inadvertently lived it. Obviously, I was not involved in 2022 or 2023 and knew none of these people. Interestingly, I apparently went to school with Michael Proctor's wife or something when she was in high school. She was not in my grade. I did not know her. But anyway, I had no idea what was going on. And from the perspective of someone like a journalist, I did not want to be Hunter S. Thompson. My style of journalism is watching governmental regulatory hearings and covering them and changing the law. This was the first time ever that I lived a case or multiple cases. And I just want to tell people a few things that I took away from the Reed and O'Keefe case and living it. One, it's unfortunate, whatever you believe about the case, the impact that it had on this state. It tore apart families. It tore apart communities. It left a lasting legacy that both has some, like everything, positives, reform, shining a light on corruption, and some negatives, real human heartbreak, as you've talked about throughout this show. The other thing, based on living it, is I have a thing I talk about, Plato's analogy of the cave. I really want people to see through the shadows on the wall. There is a difference between what people talk about related to this case and what these people are like. Yes. Like I've sat in Chris Albert's pizza shop for 4 hours and met with him and Colin. Do I think that like personally they are bad? No. Do I think that like they're the kind of people who if Kate Peter was helpful to them, they'd be like, oh, let her do whatever? Sure. So that's what I mean. Like the human element of this so easily gets lost. And that's not to say anyone is good or bad. There are a lot of people who are criticizing the right people, sometimes for the right reasons, sometimes for the wrong reasons. And what I saw living it was just I saw a bunch of lives, all very, like 90% of them really earnest, like good people on all sides of this case. And then I saw 9% of them like actively trying to like be involved in the discussion. And then I saw 1% of them in the inner circle. And the way that this all combined, one, it brought a lot of people together as much as it tore them apart. And then at the same time, it created this sort of opportunity for all these lives to intersect and either find truth or like take it out on each other. And I think that's what I learned more so than anything else. One, I wanted to break the spell. I can't make anyone do anything, but that's what it was. It was like we chose to get to that point where it was so vitriolic, all of us, that it just was impossible to even discuss. At the end of the day, no one benefited from that. And because of that, we lost the human element of this. And I think that's what caused so much pain. Everyone has their right to fight for their side, get lawyers, do whatever they want. When we start dehumanizing, then all of a sudden we've lost the plot. And that's what I felt most acutely. Like, I was like, if bad people do bad things, maybe they're irredeemable at a certain point. Like Kate Peter, irredeemable, no chance. Even Jen McCabe, irredeemable. I'm sorry, she was too involved with Tully and leak and that phone getting released. She can't come back from that, whatever she did with the other stuff. But there's something about the human here, and I don't want to leave it on a positive note because it's not. There's something about humans in positions of power. A lot of us live just day to day trying to get by, but people in positions of power, they're the people who can call the feds. They're the people who can call the connections. Hey, Brian Higgins was an undercover ATF agent. How honorable is that? Of course he was weird about his stuff. You know how many, like, you know as much as anyone else, your cover gets blown as an LEO undercover. Who's really going to get hurt? The person who brought you in. You might get out, but but my point is, this all got lost in the larger picture because people with power were saying, hey, we can't have people talking about what we were doing, so let's put out this image. And then it all came crashing down, and that's why I want to talk about the Turtle Boy case, because as much as Karen, like, I would love to talk to Karen, I'm sure you would too, not because of the access. I just want to ask her things like, so tell me, like, when did you realize that the feds had 12 years of Proctor's phone and they were setting him up so when he withheld other information, they would bang him? I just want to know, like, how tactical she really was, how tactical the feds really were, because that tells us a lot about why we didn't get any of this bombshell discovery about Karen's case during the two trials. She had the best lawyers money can buy, the best lawyers that, like, intelligence can get. And they couldn't get a September 23rd email from Kate Peter to Yuri Buchanan that Yuri Buchanan forwarded to someone about Kate Peter investigating Karen. Come on. It's because of Aiden's case that we're seeing that. And there's something to that. There really was stuff they were hiding. The question is what and why.
Right. Exactly. There is so much more that we have never been made privy to that's behind the scenes that maybe even Karen doesn't know about. That's very possible.
No, I want to jump in here. I am probably the only person who, even though I think she's responsible in some way, I didn't say intentionally, obviously, for John's death, who has effusively praised Karen's intelligence. And I mean that word as a pun. Don't underestimate the intelligence component, the intel, I mean actual intelligence community component of this. Karen Reed is simply too smart to have done this like by herself. She called in connections, and it just makes sense that the reason she was able to figure out what was really going on is she knows more than any of us realize. Never underestimate her. That's why I'm blown away by Aiden's strategy right now, because I'm like, Aiden, they're trying to divide and conquer you two. Karen knows probably more than you do. Just assume that, like, she has a plan.
Right.
Karen knows everything. There's no doubt in my mind. She knows every piece of this puzzle, but she's withholding it because there's a federal investigation, not necessarily of John's death, I want to be clear, but of that unit. And nobody can know about it, or that unit might act in ways that would allow them to hide from the feds what they were doing. That's what I don't think people see.
I agree. I agree. Though that was really well said. You made great points, and we'll be able to come around and come back to that when we meet again. To segue, I want to read through the chats on my channel here, because a lot of the debate going on was really good. It was healthy. People were being damn respectful, and I appreciate that. So while I read through them, let's just put up someone we all love to hate now. Sorry, Michael Proctor, but you really effed up big time. And no matter whose side of the aisle you're on, you can't feel good about what this guy did. You just can't.
Can we talk about what Rosemary Scapiccio said in court yesterday? Did you hear this?
Oh yes, but let me read through these real
quick.
quick.
The chats. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, we keep forgetting, but I want to read through them because there's been some really good things said, and I know I've been putting them up, but they go up quick. So let me go back to where we left off, where I was like chatting, and I know it'll be hard, but most of this is all in context of the two sides, grappling it out. Let's see here. Let me go back to where we were at. I think it was one of reels that I had up. Yeah, here we go. So this is kind of where I had been chatting with you guys for a little bit here. So Really T says, well, what they didn't see was a body when they left 34 Fairview. And yes, so we will talk about that. Absolutely. And we will go over testimony because it's very telling. And honestly, Grant, I mean, the odds that many people would come and go from that house and not one of them see a man laying in the snow in the front yard, and you've been by 34 Fairview, you can attest to how small that yard really is. The pictures that we see online are not at all accurate. You know how geography can get distorted when you see pictures online, and people's body shapes can be distorted as well when you're on TV. Well, it's the same thing. You've been by there. You know how small that yard really is. There's so many points that we could make that make you want to go, huh? Right?
Oh, there's no question. I just want to jump in because you're going to realize I agree with you here.
Yeah.
There is no question that they saw a body. I want to be very clear. I don't have any way to confirm it other than one piece of testimony, which is someone said they saw a blob. I think you might remember the blob remark. It was very obtuse.
Oh, that was Julie Nagel. And of course we do, because Julie, the craziest person ever, had a blob on with us every week. And she did.
Oh, the blob became a thing.
Did you ever see any of our episodes where Julie did her experiments out in the snow?
Okay, so I saw a clip. I will admit I saw a clip because Julie was my camera person one time outside federal court.
She was. She absolutely was.
Now, she was not there when Jessica Leslie's mom said I was a towel, but you hit and miss. But,
I think she was there. I don't know. Maybe not. That was a different time, right?
Yeah, there was, yeah. But in terms of what you were just asking, the blob. Okay, so it's not just about the blob. It's about, I think this ties into my theory from earlier. We're finding some common ground here. If you saw a body outside that home, maybe you don't want to report it. Why don't you want to report it? Okay, two reasons. I know everyone's in your chat, and I'm okay with them thinking this is going to say, because they had something to do with the body ending up on the lawn. Okay, I understand that's a possibility. But look at the other possibility. Oh my God, there's a body on the lawn. We were expecting John. We were just doing things in that house we shouldn't have been doing. Oh no. Now, how weird would it be if Karen Reed and the people in that house unintentionally both had a reason not to call the police right away for 6 hours? They were just for different reasons. That's what nobody gets about this. I'm not saying that Karen.
Theory. I agree with you there. That's a good theory, and I do believe that at some point Julie kind of floated that boat that that Karen saw John getting beat up by Higgins, and she wanted no part of it, and she left. Not thinking that he would die, but that she wanted no part of them fighting, and she knew she was responsible for it because they had their little texting affair, that whatever you guys call that.
Hold on. As a Patriots fan, I just first of all, I don't want to. I think Brian Higgins gets unfortunately brought into this because he's like a very rough and tumble dude that you could send into a biker clubhouse and who could infiltrate it. He has to be that. He's always,
you're right.
He's a caricature.
Correct. I agree. I agree.
So, but I want to separate that, okay, because it makes it so easy to just think, oh yeah, he'll just go, whatever. Let's think about the January 15th. 2022 Patriots game. Why do I know about this game? Two reasons. One, the Pats got blown out by the Bills during we call them the bad years. All right. We're out of the bad years now.
Yeah.
They
We've
got
had bad
blown
years.
out.
Trust me, we've had bad years.
Yes, but you also have a season ticket list that is like 45 years long. So you guys are going to be good for a long time.
Oh, correct, Amundo. The diehard Packer Nation, thick or thin, win or lose. It's a wonderful community. Trust me. I put my hat on earlier because I thought somebody in your chat would be a Patriots fan and they'd get mad at me. And I wanted to kind of punk you guys a little bit, you know. And I honestly have always liked the Patriots because my great aunt lived in Foxborough. My great uncle's from there, and he brought my great aunt from Wisconsin to one of my grandpa's sisters to that area. I've been there several times visiting her. She took me on a tour of the stadium, and I just became a Patriots fan. So I've always been a Patriots fan. My mom and I have had major arguments about it because she doesn't like Tom Brady. I've always liked Tom Brady before you guys got him. He was a Michigan Wolverine, and I always liked Michigan. When I wasn't cheering for my Badgers, I liked the Michigan. So I've always been a Brady fan before you guys ever got him. I think he was completely undervalued and underrated. And luckily for you, you got him. A lot of teams passed on him, and he could have been passed on by everybody. He may have never had the career he had. It was a slim, you know, it was close. It was a close call that he would have never had this career.
I was watching that game so first of all, I went to the Super Bowl in 97. So my mom cheered for the Patriots in 85. She was the year before they went to the Super Bowl against Refrigerator Perry and lost 56-10. She was cheering for them. And one of her colleagues, I think Joe Namath, was the quarterback for the Jets in the 80s. So Joe Namath threw a spiral and a half.
70s.
Okay. Did he not go into the 80s?
I don't think so. I mean, somebody help us out here. I could look it up. We need a football fact check. Joe Namath in the 70s. I don't think he branched into the 80s.
It's possible, but whoever the Jets quarterback was in 85, we'll get an answer. He threw hard. He threw the ball hard. He throws a pass that hits one of the Patriots cheerleaders in the nose in the 84 season. How did the Patriots respond? No cheerleaders for 85 to 86. So my mom missed the Super Bowl in 86 as going on the field because of that.
Ken O'Brien was the Jets quarterback in 1985.
So there you go.
The starter for all 16 games and had a highly successful season, leading the NFL in passer rating with 96.2 and having the lowest interception rate. So yeah, let's respond. Now, this is interesting. You would bring this up. I was a cheerleader pretty much my whole life, because after I left college cheerleading, I became a high school cheerleading coach and a competitive cheerleading coach for many years, like 20 years. So what kind of a crazy effed up response is that? Do you know that some of my girls got hit with hockey pucks in the face when they were cheering in high school at high school hockey? You do not shut down an entire program because of one bad incident. That is a completely ridiculous response.
And you'll find this story. Obviously, it was not a permanent change, but this was one of the first times. Now, I think NFL cheerleaders, people are going to be like, why are you getting on this soapbox? They are some of the most undervalued and under-respected and underpaid people.
Absolutely.
No union, and I'm a union in the anti-communist union sense. Just so folks understand, unions at a time were fighting to determine if they were going to be communist or anti-communist. They're anti-communist, make no doubt about it. We won that battle. That was in the 30s. But there are no unions. They get paid $100 a game. I'm sure it's more now. It's contract work.
It's a little more now, but you're absolutely right. Same with professional basketball cheerleaders. And the other thing is college cheerleaders get a really bad rap because they work their asses off, and the amount of practice time that's involved in college cheerleading and the wear and tear on their bodies with all the stunting they do now, which has increased over time, and the dance teams as well, the amount of hours they put into and the talent that's involved now in the dance teams for college is beyond crazy. So it's just really sad how they are not recognized. They are athletes. Trust me, I did this for all those years. I coached them. I can tell you 100%, if you make jokes about cheerleaders, you are uninformed. They are athletes through and through. 99% of them love the sports they cheer for. They're very engaged in them. I didn't have very many girls and men that girls and boys that I coached in the elementary and high school levels, in college either, that didn't really care about the sport. Most of them know about the sport. They're made to know the rules. Most coaches make them know the rules of the sport they're cheering for. And the whole thing about wanting to do it just to be popular is it's really a lie. I mean, most of these ladies and men that cheer really love sports, and that's their way of contributing to that sport that they cannot play, that they're not good enough to actually play. So they can cheer for it and get the crowd going and get the crowd involved. And their role is very important. It's very funny that we would segue into that, talk about a big digress, but that was a really good thing you brought up.
I'm glad, and I will circle back because my brain does work this way to January 15, 2022, because we started with the Patriots.
Right.
And to defend Brian Higgins' honor after our wonderful discussion about that important topic, which I agree is important. Brian Higgins on January 15th of 2022 was not at the first half of the Pats game because it was obviously in Buffalo, nor was he at John O'Keefe's house on for the first half. But he got a text to come over and hang out. On that day, January 15, 2022, Karen Reed escorted Brian Higgins out. How do we know this? Because Karen texted Higgins about it, and she kissed him in John's house. Now, listen, the only reason I bring it up is I think it's first of all, whether Karen was involved in this because of her own actions or someone else's actions, whatever. I feel bad that she gets hyper analyzed like this. Should anyone have to get their personal life and what they were doing analyzed to this degree? No, not at all.
Right.
But
right.
Do I think Brian Higgins did anything wrong between January 12th and when he and Karen stopped really seeing each other, maybe January 22nd, whenever the last text was, January 22nd, whatever it was? Do I think that he did anything wrong? No. I think that I wouldn't personally. If you came to me and said, hey, I'm with your friend, he cheated on me, we're breaking up, I want to be with you, I wouldn't do it, okay? But I don't think it's that morally egregious. Nor do I think he was upset at John. I think he truly was just looking for a reason to talk to Karen, and Karen gave him the opening, said the relationship with John was ending. Now, I know this is a hard segue. You can respond to that last part if you want, but the Jeep, all right? You want to talk about something interesting? I was talking the other day, I think to myself on a stream or something, about the early morning of January 29, 2022. Because something I'm sure your brain will love is, and we will talk about the Turtle Boy hearing as well if you want, but something your brain I'm sure will love is that think about who was at Brian Albert's house before the people who were at the bar left to go back to the house. Well, it was, if I recall, Brian Albert Jr. and his friends, right? Who was the first person to arrive at that home that night from the bar? I don't know if you remember the testimony. It was Higgins. Why do I remember it was? Why do I remember that? Because he plowed the driveway.
So allegedly.
Well, okay, but the point, the plowing the driveway is not an operative fact, but the point is I remember he was the first one to arrive because he was like, oh yeah, I plowed the driveway because they weren't there. Okay, does it strike you as a little bit, well, first of all, does it strike you as odd that they said they were there to eat birthday cake? Second of all, does it strike you as odd that a 50-something undercover ATF agent shows up at a house party in a blizzard where the only people in the house when he arrives are kids?
Exactly.
Basically.
Right.
What the hell? Well, first of all, why is he putting himself in that environment? And you could tell me they were eating birthday cake 47 times. I will never believe they were eating birthday cake. I'm sorry. That's not how that works. It was 12:30 in the morning in a blizzard, eat birthday cake the next day. I refuse to believe that's what they were doing.
Also, remember this whole thing about them coming back to the house for this after bar party. I don't buy it. I personally feel, and this is my opinion, and I agree with you. I know Loophole Lawyer has gone down this rabbit hole of that Higgy this, Higgy Bear that. I've never thought that Higgy was the one who laid the blow that injured John, because I don't think an entire family is going to save Brian Higgins from a terrible mistake that he made in a drunk fight. I don't see it. Like, somebody would have called the police. Somebody in that house, once they realized that there had been a fight out front of the garage, if that's where the garage, if that's where it happened. And we'll talk about Kelly Dever too, because we have to talk about her, because
Oh,
as a
we got to talk.
officer, we
We
will
got to talk
dedicate
about Kelly Dever.
we will dedicate a live stream to her, though, because I have a lot to say about that. Because as a female officer, I understand part of what happened and what she went through and what she's gone through. There's so much that people don't know about what happens when you're a female officer versus a male officer. There's a lot, but she definitely did not tell the truth.
And I'll tell you why. I'll give you, and this is one that Towel Stream viewers are not going to love, but your viewers might find interesting. Those of you who are interested in these details, because some of this stuff, although I've talked about it, not a lot of people talk about this. So Ken Berkowitz and Brian Higgins. Okay, I want to be respectful. I want to be. It's really important to me that people are respectful. Who people love, how they express that love, it does not matter. I don't care as long as it's not with children. You do that with children. Oh, you and I are going to have a problem. But other than that, consenting adults, not coercive, whatever you want to do, what you want to do, you want to love who you want to love. I don't care. I don't care if it's like a relationship or you just want to have them for a day. You do what you want to do. I'm not passing judgment. I don't like people who do. But I'll tell you, there's something about, I think, even though maybe we won't embrace homosexuality in the church, I just think Jesus would still say, love the sinner, not the sin. But my point is, there's something about what Kelly Devers saw. Okay, because I'm telling you, Commissioner Cox did not call her in because of just some random thing. Now, no. Ken Berkowitz is dead. God rest his soul. But just think for a second, why did Brian Higgins even have an office at the Canton PD? Yeah, he's on an interagency DEA task force. Yeah, 128's a big drug trafficking corridor. That's a major highway near Canton, whatever. But like, was it because he had a close personal friendship with Chief Berkowitz? Well, Higgins and Brian Albert were both at Berkowitz's retirement before he passed away. Okay, so let's say that Higgins didn't need to just move his car at the police station. Now let's think about the same stuff we were talking about potentially going on at the house. Higgins leaves and goes over to the police station, and what does Devers see? Karen's car's not there at 2 a.m, but Devers sees Higgins and Chief Berkowitz go into an area of the police station for 45 minutes. All right. Now it makes sense if Higgins and Berkowitz both knew Brian Albert, why Brian Albert, the former Boston cop, would have the ability to go to Commissioner Cox or somebody and say, hey, she didn't see anything to do with John's death, but hey, like, don't have her talking about that. Clearly, Alan got wind of it and had that conversation with her.
Hold that thought 1 second. The one thing that's so intriguing to me about this and what we've done tonight and what we're going to do now, hopefully down the road, is when you say one thing and it makes sense, then that triggers something else that doesn't make sense, because that's how crazy this case is, the death investigation of John O'Keefe. So I want to go back into, once you finish this little line of thought that you're on right now, I want to go back to the chat to where we were, because they were saying good things about not seeing the bodies in the lawn. So I want to go back to that so I can finish going down through the chat and get completely caught up, because they've been great tonight and they've been awesome in our friend zone. Kelly Dever needs to be her own episode. Seriously, she needs to be her own 2-hour live. Maybe we can do her and one other person, because it's intriguing. It's fascinating. There's lies tied into lies there, but what you just said about her seeing Berkowitz, okay, and you just said that she saw them together at 2 a.m.
Well, well, hold on. Let's back up a little bit. When I was saying that, I was approximating, because remember now, there's a period of time. This is the whole reason why Devers was asked questions by AJ.
That's okay, though. I don't mind that you approximated. That wasn't.
Okay. I thought you were going to say
that in a minute. No, that's okay. The approximation's fine. But what in the devil is a man who's out on medical leave, stage 4 cancer, doing at the PD at between any of the times? We're not even sure what it was, but what's he doing there? We never heard from
Chief Berkowitz, obviously, he passed away.
No, we never
But
heard from him. They gave him that benefit because he was passing away. He was so gravely ill. And I understand that. But this was a police investigation. This was a homicide investigation. How do you not at least have some type of interview with him, regardless if he's dying or not? I'm not trying to be cold-hearted here, but he was the police chief. He would have, you'd think that if he wasn't involved in anything nefarious, he would want to have contributed. I mean, put yourself in this position.
Yeah, and it wasn't really like nefarious. I don't want to say it was nefarious. I want to say it was embarrassing. So that's really what it comes down to for me. The time that Berkowitz was at the police station, their excuse, quote unquote, and you have to read between the lines, is that it was normal procedure during a blizzard for very high-ranking people to come move their agency vehicles so that the lot could be plowed. Okay, now listen, whatever you want to say about this, that is the
never heard of such a thing in all my years of being involved in law enforcement, Grant. Never heard of such a thing. Vehicles can be moved by anybody that's working that night. You're not taking a lot of calls on the night of a blizzard. You're not out there call after call after call after call. They should have had enough people on board there to be able to do that.
But even say that is regular, whatever Canton has as a policy, let's just take that for granted. Okay, that gives you a reason to be there. Like, let's think of it that way.
It doesn't give Berkowitz a reason to be there.
No, not in that perspective. You're thinking I'm using the word reason differently. No. What if Berkowitz and Higgins wanted to go have a rendezvous? Okay, what's the perfect cover? Hey, I got to move my vehicle. All right, now we're talking. Now we're talking about Kelly Dever. Now we're talking about AJ. That's also why, I mean, I'd love to talk to AJ, but like, I can't like interview him because like he would know a lot of stuff that just has to be off the record. But I think he knew. I think he was like, a lot of this was sex. And if I can I think their strategy, you want real insight. We have given you a lot of real insight, but you want some like in towel brain insight. I think Alan's strategy and David's strategy, and I don't mean to call them by their first name, but I think David Unetti might have introduced himself.
I think it's okay that we call them by their first names at this point. Everybody in Friend Zones has been involved in this case from the get-go, and we feel like we sort of know these people, so I think it's okay.
Sure. What I'll try to do, though, just as a general point, is if it's someone like that, and I don't engage with them on a personal level, I will call them Mr. Jackson or whatever until they say I'm Alan. So he hasn't.
Me too, I think I was raised that way. I was raised that way too. But just for purposes of our friend zone and our people here with us tonight and on the replay, I think we're okay doing that. Before we finish this line of thought, I just want to pop back.
Oh, yes. Don't let me keep doing this. I will. I have ADD brain. I will never do it.
Just for a minute. But I liked what Really T had said about, how is it that all those people didn't see anybody in the yard? Now, you had made some comment about how because they were doing something they shouldn't have been doing in the house and that they didn't want to call the police. So I can't completely buy that because I just don't believe that many people would have left that house and driven up to that house and not seen the body. And if they did see the body, I can't buy that many people would be able to look away and not render aid. So that's how I feel about that. Then Pelcat says, and Lucky didn't see a body on the lawn. And I believe 100% that Lucky did not see a body on the lawn. He's not a liar. He's a Cantonite. He's a good man. There's no reason why anybody should ever have one bad thing to say about this guy. He had no desire to be involved in a murder investigation ever. Not that anybody ever would, but he most certainly didn't. He was doing his job. He was a plow truck driver on that night.
The Franken truck.
The Franken truck. And I believe him 100% that he did not see it. Now, what are the odds that in a plow sitting up that high with that big of a light that he wouldn't have seen John O'Keefe if he was by that flagpole when they say he was? The reason why 18 people, or is it 17? I have the list. We'll get into that next time. Didn't see a body by the flagpole between the hours of 12:35 and 6, whatever. Lucky was there at roughly 3:30, 4 o'clock, is because he wasn't there, guys. He wasn't there yet. This is my opinion. Obviously, many of you disagree with me, but I don't believe he was there yet, because if he'd been there, at least one of those estimated 17 people would have seen a body by the flagpole. That's just common sense. If he wasn't there, nobody saw him because he wasn't there yet, because he hadn't been moved from either the garage or the side of the house to the flagpole, because what the fuck are we going to do now? John O'Keefe took a punch to the face, landed and hit his head, and he's dead, and we're fucked. Now what are we going to do? We're going to panic, and we're just going to put him out there, and we're going to blame it on a snowplow driver. That is what a lot of people believe was the premise, and not ever did Karen Reed ever enter anyone's mind as the fall girl at that point. If that is what happened, if that is the scenario, that he was not on the lawn, that's why 17 people didn't see him. He was still wherever he had died, or where they put him while they were panicking and butt dialing each other and going to the police department and doing nefarious, bizarre activities and claiming that these are all butt dials and mistaken phone calls. It's ludicrous, guys. It's really seriously ludicrous.
But you know what got Lucky in trouble a little bit? And listen, I think Lucky, whatever you may say about his testimony, I think he's a decent man. He just lost his wife. He was a longtime worker for the town, whatever that may be. But just talking about that night, where he ran into trouble is his federal 302. How do I know this? It got read on the stand. His federal 302 had him there earlier, like 2 to 2:30, versus what he said on the stand, which was like 4 to 4:30. So it wasn't so much what did Lucky say he saw, it is what was the timeline. When was Lucky actually there? Did he see police tape at 6:30, police cars at 6:30, or at 4? Did he drive by initially at 2:30 or at 4? That's what got him into trouble, not what he said he saw. That's how I took Lucky's testimony.
Sure, and that's fair, because he's allowed to get a little confused. If you're all willing to be okay with the massive confusion of the witnesses not knowing anything and saying they don't remember this and I don't recall that, and then Jen McCabe absolutely perfectly recalling that at exactly 12:35 I texted John O'Keefe, and exactly 12:40 I saw the car pull up to the middle of the house, and exactly at 12:45 I saw the car pull up to the flagpole. Come on, you can't have it both ways, people.
Oh yeah, you're right about that.
Right? You can't have it both ways. You can't say that Lucky fucked up and because he didn't remember the exact time and there's no way to prove that, but yet tell me that everything that comes out of Jen McCabe's mouth is reality, or everything that comes out of Carrie's mouth is reality. This is the problem with this case, and this is the problem with both sides of the aisle. There's so much hypocrisy going on constantly, when what you and I are trying to do is just shovel down deep and actually show that here's the timeline, here's the times based on the phones, here's what they testified to. Is this possible? Is this 1 + 1 = 2?
And you're not gonna hear me defending Jen McCabe, by the way. I know you got more comments to read. No, not what I'm here to do. I'm just here to figure out the timeline.
Yeah, exactly. And this is great that we can bounce back and forth with the friend zone. Now, Real, I get where you're coming from. I know where you are. I know you believe Karen hit John with her car, but this is completely out of line, Real. Okay. My background in social work and my background in many ways is domestic violence survival and domestic violence victims and domestic violence shelters. And there's not much I don't know about it. Okay. I'm starting to be more in tune now and trained on domestic violence homicide. This was the ultimate domestic abuse perpetrated by a dark character. Absolutely no way real. I don't know who you are. I don't know where this is coming from, but I'm going to tell you that I need you to do some critical thinking. When Jennifer Koffendorfer put out on her Twitter X that this was a clear-cut case of domestic violence, I was absolutely appalled, because she supposedly supports women who have been homicide victims of domestic violence. She supposedly supports women who have been survivors of domestic violence homicide. I actually made a documentary on a domestic violence homicide survivor, heard her story during months and months of filming and questioning, and many others that have come on my channel who have survived attempted homicide. This was none of that. Even if it's somehow remotely proven that Karen hit John with her car. There's no way this was done on purpose. John and Karen were not in a domestic violence relationship. They were like many couples who, in my opinion, should never have been dating each other. They didn't have enough in common. They didn't run with the same circles of friends, but that's on them. They met again. They had dated once. It didn't work out. Well, guess what? I think we've all done that. If it doesn't work the first time, guys, it's probably not going to work the second time, but you never know. But John and Karen didn't have a lot in common, and they had issues, okay? Not issues that weren't their fault. John's sister had tragically passed away. His brother-in-law had tragically passed away. He decided to adopt his niece and nephew and have them live with him and become an instant father and become an instant papa and have friends that were females who had kids. That's how he got to be friends with the McCabe's and the Carrie Roberts. Carrie Roberts and John hadn't been friends in years and years. They were running in separate circles. They were old high school friends, reunion friends at best. It wasn't until he became a dad that Carrie Roberts decides to befriend him because now their kids are friends and, oh, let's be friends. Well, that's all fine and well, but Karen's single. She's a career woman, no aspirations of being a mom, not even really a lot of aspirations of getting married. John was a playboy. Come on now. That's not disrespecting the dead. John liked women. He liked to date. He had a lot of girlfriends. There's nothing wrong with that. As long as you're not cheating on people.
Hold on. I got to jump in. So he dated Tara Kerrigan. He dated, what was it? Lindsay Halligan, was it? But just to say, I think I never saw anything to indicate John was a playboy while he was with Karen. I've looked at a lot of
no, I didn't mean that. I meant that John had a very healthy single life. Apparently, allegedly, just from things that people that know him have said, comments people have made. He was single. Karen was single and John was single in their 40s. They obviously weren't big on getting married. That's my only point. Nothing against it, nothing to complain about. They were not in a domestic violence relationship. And to use those words, domestic abuse, you got to know what you're talking about. Domestic abuse is serious. It goes on for years. It's a lot like grooming. In the male-female situation, which is what my specialty's in, grooming of the woman goes on for years. It doesn't just go from happily ever after we got married to I'm beating you up the next day. It's a slow process typically that starts with a lot of verbal abuse and a lot of gaslighting and putting down and constantly criticizing the female. Then it slowly leads to pushing and shoving, and then it might escalate to more damaging physical abuse. And then sadly, and in a lot of these cases that we're advocating for justice for women like Anna Walsh, Sandra Birchmore, Ellen Greenberg, Suzanne Clark Simpson, Suzanne Morphew, Ashley Lachey Elkins, they were killed. The domestic abuse that was going on in their relationships, whether it was verbal or physical, were eventually at a crescendo, and the male in their life unalived them. That is not what happened with Karen Read and John O'Keefe. It would have never happened. Even if they hadn't had this fateful night, they might have just broken up. They might have stayed together. We don't know. We weren't in their relationship. But to put the words domestic abuse on Karen and John is absolutely a disservice to every woman that has ever been alived by domestic abuse. And I cannot say that more clearly, Real, that you really have to think about that if you're going to put that in my chat when I am telling you how much I know about domestic violence. And I wrote to Jennifer Koffendorfer about it. She read it because her and I have had a couple DMs. She never took it down. I hope she thought about it. I hope my words clicked with her that you do not don't run around and spew domestic abuse and domestic violence on people unless you know what you're talking about. It's severe. It's very, very dangerous. All right. Sorry, Real, but you said it in my chat. I got to have a response. So Real T says, Real, can you just please look at the evidence? He was never hit by a car. Well, yes, it's easy for us to say that, Real, if we believe that. But for those that believe he was hit by a car, there is evidence that he was hit by a car, or they would have never been able to arrest her. Now, whether you believe it was planted or not planted, there is conveniently no ring cameras in a neighborhood of $700,000 to $800,000 houses. Conveniently no ring camera that can show Karen Reed hitting John O'Keefe with her car. So number one, you have no video proof. Number two, you have no witnesses. You have Jen McCabe witnessing her vehicle constantly moving forward 3 times. You have Jen McCabe saying that she saw the kid's truck pull up. You have Jen McCabe saying a lot, but never do you have anyone saying they witnessed Karen Reed hitting John O'Keefe with her car. Does that mean it didn't happen? No. It just means there are no witnesses, there is no video, there's no audio, there's no confession. So there's that. Okay. So that's what you got. And if you don't believe that she hit him with the car, you have no evidence. You have no witnesses other than John's. I mean, you have John's witness, his body is a witness, just like the show they used to show. There used to be a really cool show. I think it was on CBS, Body of Evidence. And it was about the doctors that do the autopsies and how important that is and how they can actually solve crimes because they can tell you what happened to the body. And in this case, we had lots of evidence. We had lots of testimony from experts telling us what did and did not happen to John's body. And one of the keys is that John did not have a single broken bone. How do you get hit by a vehicle going in reverse 24 miles an hour and not have a broken bone, Grant?
Well, let me think about. Well, first of all, if I recall, there was a basal skull fracture. And I believe
there was a skull fracture that actually, according to most of, I think all the MEs agreed that was what probably ended his life.
So the question, I think your question is, if the theory is, and I think the theory, I know we don't want to go too long, but if the theory is that John was standing this way, okay? John, if that, we all know the infamous image, but let's just think about what the scene was. John was standing this way to turn to walk into the house. John's arm is up like this. There is a difference, I think the laws of physics say this, between taking a full impact from a vehicle, a full direct impact, which is what most pedestrian crashes are, as I'm sure a lot of people know, versus what I think it was called a side swipe, but let's call it something more like a glancing blow. In that case, I don't think the fatal injury to John O'Keefe, in fact, I don't even think we would be here, was that contact. It was okay.
No, I wasn't saying no to what you were saying.
You paused.
I wasn't saying no to you. I was about to say I don't really consider it a full side swipe though, because it's the tail light, which is in the rear of the vehicle. It's part of the side. A side swipe would be more if let's just say in a virtual reality, right? And you're backing out and you side swipe a car, right? So when you side swipe a car, that's side to side contact damage, right? You're going to have, my sons were sideswiped with my minivan when they were young, and it was the entire automatic door was smashed in. That's a side swipe. John was basically hit from
more conventional,
backed into on that.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's
side of the car.
See, I'm not a physicist or a what's the word? Yeah, I know nothing about physics either. Okay, so I think those are the same things.
They were in the trials, so they were in both trials.
Yes.
In both trials. So doctors were in both trials. Welcher, all these guys.
Yes, multiple forensic experts on this exact thing from the physics perspective. But what I took from it is, you're at the back angle of the car, and what I've always believed is it was a defensive wound. It was a instantaneous nervous system reaction to an object coming one's way, not to hit John, just to kind of come back fast. John puts up his arm. That sets in motion a chain of events that leads to a skull fracture that induces subcutaneous bleeding, and as folks know, that causes raccoon eyes. That to me is the most likely. That's why I think people keep saying, why did the state, and maybe this ties us into the investigatory faults, why did the state, the investigators here, push so hard? I heard it said from the very beginning, because this was a cop. Okay, that explains some of it. But why did they push so hard at the expense of a conviction? The trial's over. She got found not guilty on the 2 main offenses. Why? They compromised their own case to punish her for something. It wasn't just what she did to John. It was that statement in those early texts about if the girl makes an issue of this, it will become, or if she makes this a thing, it'll be an issue, whatever.
It'll be
That
an
was
episode.
episode.
The quote
That,
is, it
and
will
then
be an episode. So think about it though. Think about how, remember back hours ago already now, I said that there was really never any retaliation against Karen Reed, that the cops could have never had anything against her. That was true up until she didn't just roll over and let me get blamed for this. And I don't want to go to a trial. So let me just plead, no contest, or let me just take my hit on a misdemeanor, drunk driving charge, accidental,
oh, it wouldn't have been a misdemeanor. They would have given her 18 months on involuntary OUI manslaughter.
Right. Exactly. But right. Not a misdemeanor. But what I'm saying is that they wanted her, they never in a million years thought she would do what she did. They never in a million years thought that she would hire an attorney, decide to fight the charges, come up with a third party culprit. They never expected any of this. They were completely blindsided by this, and they were prepared for it in a sense. That's where that statement comes from. If she does this, there's going to be an episode. That should be very telling to a lot of you. If nobody did anything wrong other than Karen Reed and John O'Keefe by drinking too much that night and not being careful with their own human bodies, then why all of this subterfuge? Why all of these bizarre testimonies? Why all of these what appear to be lies in many cases, or prepping a witness to the point where they can't even admit that they're still friends from high school, that they've gone to a beach together? Why are you prepping 2 young women who should have just been able to get on the stand and say, yeah, I'm friends with her. We went to high school together and we remained friends after high school. We've been to parties together. There's pictures of us at the beach. Why? That should have been just organically normal testimony. There should have been nothing nefarious about Katie or Caitlin's testimony. When we eventually get around to picking this trial apart in our 2 ways with our 2 different perspectives, we're going to keep coming closer and closer to the middle of that train track behind us, Grant. That's going to be our goal, where we can both see the other's perspective and we can kind of get in the middle. But at the end of the day, the science and the medicine should win out in this case. And it did win out, whether you like it or not. Those of you that don't believe that Karen is innocent, the police effed up the entire investigation. Then you have doctors and scientists with PhDs telling you why it can't happen the way you want it to happen. I understand that so many of you want this to be, as you've all said many times on my Twitter X accounts, this was a simple case of a hit and run. Oh my God, no. Did you watch both trials? Did you listen to the testimony? You haven't seen my list of 100 things that are wrong with this case yet. But maybe when you do, maybe when we get through that in the next coming weeks and months, and if Grant and I decide to live stream together once a week or once every 2 weeks and go back and listen to the testimony again, let's listen to it with new ears, and let's watch and read with new eyes this time around. And both sides try to be more understanding of why the other side got where they are. Right?
Yeah, and also on that point, as much as we talk about the questions about what the investigatory side and the connected witnesses were doing, don't underestimate that the hidden, unspoken hand here is that, and I've said this before, so I'll just talk about it on the show, that Karen or her dad or both were intel. Quite literally intel. Why do I say this? Okay, I've talked about this before. 1, they were at Bentley, hub of international economic activity. 2, Karen worked as a day trader. If you know anything about economics, politics is economics. Mm-hmm. It's just like the monetary market, like controls, it's a symbiotic relationship. Someone called it parasitic. The market controls the politicians run the market. It is the same hand. Okay, Karen is smart enough, easily, or her dad, to have intel connections. Now, I don't know if folks know a lot about this, but look at all the people in Karen's orbit. Everybody's a Fed. Everybody's a Fed. Everybody is a Fed. That is not a coincidence. Even the people who don't look like they are Feds, some of them are Feds. Why? Because I don't know if folks know this. I'm speaking very generally. Okay. I want to just preface this. You talked about your mom working for the DOJ. I did not accept it. I was recruited into the DOJ honors program in my first year of law school. It was the most intimidating experience I've ever been through in my life. First of all, I just to give folks, this is very real. I was sitting in a class of hundreds of people. It was a first year seminar. I'm withholding the name of the class to protect various people. The professor says, class, you should go on the Canvas page. There's a PDF about a DOJ honors seminar you'd really like to learn about. Okay, she said it in like 5 seconds. Never mentioned it again, never sent an email, no announcement. You go on the Canvas page, there's 246 PDFs, completely out of order. There is no PDF about the DOJ honors program. Send her a little email. Professor, I noticed there was no PDF about the DOJ honors program. Get the email back. Here's the flyer. Don't send this to anyone. There was no PDF on the Canvas page. It was a test. They brought me into the room. There was a federal judge, multiple federal agents, and my professor. 4 Northeastern students, me and one of my colleagues who I brought to the room. They sat us down. They said, here's the 75 sections of the DOJ. Here's what the DOJ honors program is. It's the only route to enter the DOJ directly out of law school. Here's how it functions. I said, oh, this is cool. Got a little overwhelmed and didn't follow up. 24 hours later, I got an email in my inbox inviting me to join the antitrust section of the Federal Bar Association. That's how efficient that system is. So I have a little bit of experience in it. And when I say there is something, now I turned it down. I'm not part of the government. I've never been part of the government. I have nothing to do with the government. But when I say that there is something that just screams intel about every way that Karen moved, it was not just how she was bringing in Alan and David. It was not just how she was coordinating with the Feds under Rachel Rollins and Levy. It's not just how all of the people around her are Feds. It was that this was a situation where if you're in the CIA, hypothetically, or other intel agencies, DIA, it doesn't matter. If you get hurt, you go to a CIA doctor. If you get in trouble, you go to a CIA lawyer. If you need an accountant, you go to a CIA accountant. I think that's what happened here. I think incidentally, 2 very powerful groups of people, the witnesses in the House connected to the state police and the Norfolk DA, and Karen, an intel asset that, or at least connected to one that nobody knew about, clashed, and Karen's people took care of her and the witnesses' people took care of them. That's the most likely explanation. No one said it. That's what happened.
That's a great point. And as usual, you're very great and concise about stating your points. But basically, you are actually confirming what I feel is that only someone who absolutely knows they were framed because they know they didn't do this would go to these links. Most people that are human beings would have given up well before the first trial started because it would sink in. They would realize they would either, if they had amnesia because it was so traumatic and they suddenly remembered like, oh shit. Yeah. Just like in the beginning, when the first trial, when everybody on the other side kept saying, but she said she hit him. She said she hit him. Listen, people say lots of things in trauma. I've heard so many crazy things when I've been on scenes of accidents or crimes. People spew out things that they aren't always capable of knowing what they're saying or what they're doing because trauma is trauma. Most of you have been through it in one way, shape, or form, and you know what I'm talking about. The whole, her thinking she might have hit him in the beginning was actually being honest. Like if you actually think you did something, but you're not sure because you drank too much the night before, I'm not a drinker, so I don't know what that's like, but a lot of you do. A lot of you know what it's like to drink too much and not fucking remember what you did the night before. And you have to be reminded by people around you. I think she was being very transparent and honest in the beginning, thinking, oh my God, could I have done this? Could I have hit him? Was this my fault? Somebody who wanted to immediately try to pin it on someone else and create a massive frame job is not going to be reacting that way. The fact that she went to the hospital because she was so distressed, and it was very clear, no matter what happens with all of you, regardless of how you feel about Karen as a person, whether you like her or dislike her, it doesn't matter. That was distress. What you saw in those 911 videos, that was true distress, that someone that she loved was probably dead or was going to die. It was true distress. And her whatever she said at that time and what was going through her mind was confusion. And Real, I understand what you're saying when you brought up that she said, I left him at the waterfall. I think she had drank. I think she drank too much. She should have never been driving. And I think she thought she might have. I think you have to give her a little bit of the benefit of the doubt. They were both drinking. They both should have gone home. They should have never gone over to 34 Fairview. We would have never met. None of us would have ever gone through all of what we've gone through, all of the hate on Twitter X, all of the fighting. 1 minute somebody's friends, the next minute they hate each other. Live streamers hating each other, dissing on each other. It's been an absolute nightmare, a zoo, an extra zoo on the side of none of it that John O'Keefe deserves at all. He deserved a competent police investigation. He deserved advocates on both sides of the aisle that were trying to be critical thinkers, not trying to be gossipers and slaters and damn mean people. That's what's been going on Twitter X, in case you're not on Twitter X. It's been a shit show of a mean person versus a mean person going back and forth, and then innocent people getting dragged into it. And then they're made to look mean, because when you try to defend yourself to something, and you need to sound mean about it, because it pisses you off when you're accused of doing something you didn't do, or you're suddenly being targeted as a bad person on someone's live show, and you're like, what the hell? I didn't do this. I'm not a bad person. And how do you defend yourself to that? And you get riled up and you can get mad and you can sound mean. So then you've got innocent people on the outside saying, who's telling the truth? Who's the liar? And the song is actually jokers, clowns to the left of me, jokers to the right. Here I am stuck in the middle with you. And I changed it to jokers to the left of me, the Massachusetts State Police, because none of us cannot argue that they are the jokers in this, the liars of Stoughton Police and Canton Police and the manipulators. And then I just said liars on the right, because it's absolutely true that some of the family members in that house at 34 Fairview had to lie a little bit in order for all of the crap that went on the stand with some of these people. They weren't telling the 100% truth. There's no way Colin Elbert climbed those flights of stairs that registered on his freaking phone to tell his parents good night, love you, mommy and daddy. That did not ever happen. I don't buy it. I don't believe it for a million years. I understand that Julie Elbert might have been taking donuts to her nephew, but I don't think she would have had to have done it right then and there at that time. While coincidentally, the rest of the family was in the living room trying to figure out what their story is going to be for the rest of the day. That just, no, it's not common sense. It doesn't make any sense. And so that's why I tagged it that way. Jokers to the left of me, liars to the right. Here I am stuck in the middle with you, John O'Keefe. You're dead. You're in heaven now. You didn't deserve any of this. You were a good guy, a good cop. You adopted your niece and nephew. And all that's come from the death of John O'Keefe on the front lawn of 34 Fairview, in my opinion, is cops not doing their job properly. Certain cops had to have lied in order to make this all happen. Not 30 of them, not 20 of them, not even 15 of them. A lot of it was absolute confirmation bias. Framing an innocent person, not an innocent person, because Karen wasn't completely innocent because she drove a car under the influence of alcohol. She shouldn't have done that. And if she hadn't woken up at whatever time that was and decided to go out in a panic searching for John, who would have found John? How would this have all gone down? Would this all look differently? Would someone else have been blamed? So you've got that component as well. And then you've got the constant groups fighting now. These people that say they're advocates, that say they're advocating for John O'Keefe. I'm advocating to free Karen Read and for the First Amendment. But yet all you spend your time on the internet these days since the trial ended is hurting people. All of you that are on there.
Doesn't that mean doesn't that mean there's something that is latent? The trial's over. And
Right.
You've tied it into what I wanted to talk about, the Turtle Boy stuff. What are these people hiding? What, not just any one person, we're speaking generally. Why is there so much vitriol? What has been coming out? And I know we wanted to talk about Proctor's phone, the text. I didn't want to interrupt the comment.
We got to get to all that next time because there's too much. There's so much.
But what is the key to it? And I'll just talk about the Turtle Boy hearing today. So a lot of this discovery, Karen never got, ostensibly. There's nothing indicating that Karen knew about Kate Peter talking to Yuri Buchanan, who investigated Karen. Let's be clear. Kate Peter in September of 2023, according to the document filed by Mark Betterow today, was investigating or helping Yuri Buchanan investigate Karen related to John's death. Karen never got that discovery, but it comes out today in the past few months in the Turtle Boy hearings. What is it about that prosecution team, not just between January of 2022 and when they initially arrested Karen and then indicted her in June of 2022? Not just then, because we really narrowed in on that. I thought we did a lot of good groundwork. But the only thing I wanted to really circle back on with the Turtle Boy stuff is I'm starting to see him. People are complex moral characters. I'm starting to see him more as a larger sort of ping pong ball in this battle. Why? Because this discovery only came out recently, not because Turtle Boy got charged, but because new documents came out through Betterow and through Lindsay Gattani and through Corey Hopkins, Marbury v. Madison, indicating that this unit was withholding discovery through Robert Cosgrove that was material to these cases. So if we have that now laid out, and this is what I think your chat will find very interesting about my perspective, if all of this is coming out from the Turtle Boy cases, and it never would have come out otherwise, then what else didn't we learn? That's why I'm so, it's not that I want to reanalyze, although I'm happy to talk with you in later streams about evidence from the trials. What I'm interested in is the fallout. What is it that if we had known at the beginning would have changed our whole understanding of this? And that's why today's Turtle Boy hearing, it was only 20 minutes, right? We have a trial, just so your viewers are updated. We have a trial date for Turtle Boy mid-November of 2026. Why is that huge? It's after the election for the new Norfolk DA.
Oh, right.
That is first week of November 2026. Huge implications for that. So we'll talk for a few minutes about that. And then also the situation with the discovery. It turns out that over a period of time, Robert Cosgrove was collecting from December of 2024 until July of 2025, 5,000 pages of emails from Kate Peter to Brian Tully and from Kate Peter to Ken Mello. He goes through them all. The first time he gives them to Betterow, Cosgrove gives them to Betterow, 4,000 pages blank on July 7th, 2025. 3 weeks later, Cosgrove gets back to Betterow after Betterow sends I'm sure, a great Betterow letter being like, oh yeah, sorry about those blank pages. I went through them again by hand. Here's 5,000 pages, like the full thing. What wasn't in there? A February 14th, 2024 email from Kate Peter to Ken Mello instructing Mello on how to pursue the Aidan Kearney legal strategy. What happened in the past 4 weeks? All of a sudden, Lindsay Gattani releases this email, and it's mentioned in a Betterow affidavit that was filed. Wow, wouldn't you know, 1 week later, today, the Commonwealth files an updated notice of discovery. What's in there? That very email. Boom, point proven. This is one example of what's coming. Whatever's on Proctor's phone, whatever was hidden, and that's something people shouldn't miss. Why would Proctor withdraw his appeal, basically have his attorney lie to the court, the Walsh court, the Miles King court?
Right.
Why would he do that and then suddenly drop his appeal and then 12 years of phone records come out? I don't believe it's an iCloud backup he forgot about. Nonsense. The feds waited to see what Proctor would do in the other cases. They didn't tell him they had his full phone, and then they banged him up. This is just the beginning. That's why I think people are missing all this noise, all this chaos. Meredith, Turtle Boy, Meredith going at Turtle Boy, Jason Broyles going at these people. That is all designed to do one specific thing: prevent us all from talking about what happened and what's coming. Why? Because the more noise there is out there, you all out there have something to consume. It's filling your head. Oh, goodness, the Meredith and Aidan fight.
And don't forget, it's keeping you engaged because there is no current investigation into the death of John O'Keefe, and the trial is over. The civil trial, does that engage a lot of people? It might engage Massachusetts, it might engage friends and family and you involved with the Kate Peter and the Lindsay Gattani, but it's not going to engage the entire world. It's not going to be the engagement that they had during the trial. So I agree with you. I've always thought that there is some nefarious nonsense going on in the background to continue to cause people to be running to these live streams constantly, wanting to keep keep talking, keep on filling up with what's gone on. And I never believed for a minute that Proctor didn't cover his ass.
But then if
All
you
this
look
time.
at, oh yeah, and if you, it's wild if you actually trace the connections, because so I don't know how much your viewers or you might know about this. They had for a long time, and may still do, a secret Discord. Who do you think was on that Discord? Kate Peter, some of the trolls you see on Twitter, Core Commentary, some of these other ones. They were
But
on
yet
that
in the
server.
background, don't forget making a big deal about Signal and that Karen was talking to
Oh, sure.
her attorneys on Signal. All in the while, Kate Peters is on a Discord, which most of you, my age group, didn't even know what that was. I only learned about it from being a live streamer. I had never heard of Discord. But yet that, and so, you know, it again, the hypocrisy in this case is beyond belief.
Oh yeah, and it's an example of, like, so I think it's hard to say, it's tete-a-tete or tit for tat in the
Yeah.
English, and
English, yes, tit for tat.
it's yes, it's very hard to figure out who started it. Like, you know, we've traced that back, but we can see that the tit for tat led to very devious tactics. And you hit on something that I've been thinking about for a while. It was a genius insight you just said. It almost feels like there are people in the background manufacturing artificial drama so that people will tune in and stay hooked. Okay, what if that's one reason? Because it works.
And they're getting paid to do it. Let's not leave that out.
Oh, yeah.
I am probably the only volunteer in the entire Karen Reed movement that have been given a dime to do what I've been doing for the last year and a half. And I do not take money from my families that I work with on their domestic homicides either. I am truly 100% a volunteer. That's my choice. I don't do the super chats. I do have a Cash App. I've put it out there just for people that have asked to give me something and they wanted to do something. Like, I think I have $35 on there. I mean, I am seriously the only volunteer in the Free Karen Reed movement, people. And if you don't think that these people are spending all this time, as if you think they're all volunteers, I'm a rarity. I'm an exception. These people are getting paid to make these sock puppet accounts and to have these accounts. It's just the most crazy, nefarious bunch of crap that's gone on in any trial ever in the world is what's going on in the Karen Reed situation right now with all these fake accounts, fake personas on Facebook and Twitter. I don't know about TikTok, Grant, because I'm not on there, but I'm assuming they might be infiltrating onto TikTok as well. But they're definitely on Twitter, X, and Facebook.
And it works because we just spent, and I'm glad for folks who are wondering why are we going so long. This is my last stream. I'm going to take a few days off because I have a final coming up. So I was like, I'm just going to get it all out, and I'm grateful you've indulged me.
This was supposed to be 2 hours, just so you guys all know. Grant and I agreed that my central nervous system doesn't do well over 2 hours. Grant's doesn't either after he's been on for 8 hours. But we have just gone back and forth trying to map this out, trying to make sense of it together in a polite, courteous way. We've had great feedback from my friend zone over there and from Grant's feedback. And so it's really been enlightening and I've appreciated it so much, but I am starting to run out of steam. I have a lot of football to watch tomorrow, Grant. So
yes,
I'm going to let you wrap it up how you want right now. I apologize to the friend zone. I wanted to literally go back and forth with you guys tonight and we thought we could do that, but Grant and I just keep going. We keep finding more things to bring out. So I promise you next time we will spend more time with you guys in the friend zone because your opinion matters. It really, truly does. You're all very smart people. You're encased in this. You're engrossed in this case as much as I am and as much as Grant is. So we truly appreciate you and that you're here and that you've been with us for these 4 long hours. I appreciate it so much. And I know Grant does too. So we will definitely do more of a back and forth with y'all. Next time, this was our first time Grant and I live streaming together and we did it rogue. We did not plan it. We just decided to do it a couple days ago. So I hope it's been entertaining to the point that homicide can be entertaining, that true crime can be entertaining. But I know that I've learned a lot. I appreciate Grant so much for all his knowledge and what he brings from actually being, like he said, he has lived this case, very different from what most of us. We are the consumers. I'm a little more than a consumer because I'm also a researcher and I've done a lot of research. to have these live streams and preparation to have them. But Grant has lived this case. He is friends with people involved in this case. He lives there. It's a whole different level. And I've been really blessed and honored to be on this live stream with you tonight, Grant.
Oh, I have been so grateful to be with you as well. And I think your work is so important. And really, I really thought we put a nice bow on it all there by saying, look beneath the surface. It's like good jazz. What's in the silence will tell you more than what's in the noise. And over these next few weeks and months, mark my words, things are going to crescendo in the Birchmore Farwell case, in some of these other cases, and whatever it crescendos into, whatever the historical record may lay out. I just hope people remember that each of us are all on our, I don't want to call it a truth journey. We're like an asymptote, like a parabola. We approach but never touch truth. So just keep from an authentic place, trying to find out what happened. And even if you find out something that happened that makes you question someone you thought was a really good person, or makes you question someone you thought was a bad person, like inverse, it doesn't matter. Good people can do bad things, bad people can do good things. Just find the answer, and then from there try to diagnose the problem and then build structural reform. Complaining for the sake of complaining is pointless. Not doing anything but talking about drama while the facts of the case lay latent and do not get brought to the surface undermines justice. And we work together as a group, not just on this stream or elsewhere, to build a better future by lessons learned. It's not just punitive. It's how do we build a better future? Special prosecutor statute reform. Michael Morrissey can't pick his own special prosecutors that report to him. We have a lot of work to do, and I'm glad we got to have this discussion today. I like to talk a lot. Thank you for indulging me.
Oh, absolutely. It was wonderful. It was enlightening. And I appreciate everybody that was here with us live, that was willing to talk in the friend zone. You don't have to, obviously. I appreciate you that don't want to. That's all okay. On the replay, if you could please leave us comments, anything you would like to, where would you like us to start when we get together next? What clips do you have any clips you want to see? Any witnesses' testimony you want to rehear, and let us both say our sides of it. We're open to anything. So I think we're even open to doing a spaces too, right, Grant, alongside the live stream, so people, if they want to chat with us.
Yeah, it's surprisingly easy to integrate, and it might be interesting. I think so. Both of us have brains that, and I want the audience to feel comfortable, but both of us have brains that are very active, but also go from topic to topic. I think if we set these up like once a month or more, like on a schedule, we can kind of pick topics and then assign who will talk about each one, like, and go back and forth in a structured way. It's our literal first time. It was a little hodgepodge. I liked it. I thought it was fun. So
I was good with it. But I agree with you. To people that have been on my streams.
But yes, that was all I had to say. That was my closing remark.
Thank you. And those that have gotten to know me know that I usually stick to an outline. I have a deck, like I put up a little bit tonight here and there that I'm going to put up now to close us out. And so I'm usually more structured than I was tonight. And Grant, you typically are too, even on your lives, because you're there by yourself, and I'm usually by myself. So for our first time together, I really appreciated it. I thought it was great. But we can actually just say, okay, tonight for 2 hours, we're going to talk about this, and we're going to debate it, and we're going to pull up clips from the trial, and we're going to pull up evidence, and we're going to pull up your thoughts and let you go back and forth together. And I think it can be a really interesting Friday Night Lies going forward if we structure it that way. And it doesn't always have to be on Friday night, Grant. I'm happy to do it during the day on whatever day you would like. I'm retired. I can do it anytime. So I just want to end tonight by, again, thanking Grant and all of the Justice Towels that joined me tonight here for the first time. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you all. Thank you to all of my subscribers. I've taken some hits from people who have said, oh, she doesn't have a very big channel. Nobody watches her. It's okay. I don't care. I only care about the people that do watch, that do advocate with me. And there's over 1,080 of you now, actually almost 1,100 of you now, that actually care about these souls that we are advocating for on Wednesdays, and that the work that I do off the screen. And I appreciate all 1,100 of you so much. And whoever else decides to subscribe, thank you very much. And thank you, Grant. I appreciate the work that you've done. I appreciate that you have survived through your your disability that was so debilitating, but you didn't let it take you down. And you are a role model to others that have been through a disability. I have my own with my neck injury from when I was an officer that has led to many other autoimmune diseases, issues. I struggle daily, and those that know me well know that. But this brings me something that I can't get from anything else in my life. Being able to work with families in their darkest hours and give them a little bit of hope, or answer some questions for them that they couldn't get answered, or just let them come on my channel and vent and talk about their loved one. That gives me something I've never gotten from anything else I've ever done. So thank you to everyone who supported my channel. Thank you to all social change warriors and justice seekers everywhere. And Grant, you and I will organize, we'll figure out our strategy for live streaming, sometimes during the day, sometimes on Friday night, whatever works for you and all the rest of us. Thank you for caring. Everybody that has been unalived will tell you my life mattered. I'm going to go through all of the victims that I have worked on their cases in the last year and a half. I'm going to put up our theme song. I'm not going to put up the video to it, just the song. And I want to show you the faces of the families that I have gotten to know, spoken with, emailed with, live streamed with, and who their loved ones are. And I love you all, and thank you, and good night.
They try to silence the truth we shout, but we're still here, we're still calling out. Corruption hides behind a badge of name. We light the fire, expose the shame. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight for every voice lost in the night. My life mattered is the cry we sing for the ones they tried to bury within. It's just us, we're a movement wide. Together we rise, won't run nor hide. The stories echo, the pain runs deep. For stolen lives we can't just weep. Elected power, but their hearts are cold. We'll bring the truth, let it be told. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight for every voice lost in the night. My life mattered is the cry we sing for the ones they try to bury within. It's just us, we're a movement wide. Together we rise, won't run nor hide. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight for heal wounds, undo the harm. Calling out corruption, we'll stand tall for justice and truth, we'll risk it all. My life mattered is the cry we sing. Together we rise, let freedom ring. They try to silence the truth we shout. still here, we're still calling out. Corruption hides behind a badge of name. We light the fire, expose the shame. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight for every voice lost in the night. My life mattered is the cry we sing for the ones they tried to bury within us. It's just us, we're a movement wide. Together we rise, won't run nor hide. The stories echo, the pain runs deep. For stolen lives we can't just weep. Elected power, but their hearts are cold. We'll bring the truth, let it be told. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fight for every voice lost in the night. My life mattered is the cry we sing for the ones they tried to bury within us. It's just us, we're a movement wide. Together we rise, won't run nor hide. We're justice seekers, we'll fight the fights, the hidden homes, undo the harm, calling out corruption. We'll stand tall for justice.